Ding! Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for completing the Demon's Sovereign mission. The Blood Refinement Sect has submitted to him. The completion of the mission is 8 in 10. The system beep finished. Long Fei was dumbstruck. His entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning as he gaped in shock. Blood Purification and Blood Sect completed their mission? Is the system retarded? That's not right. How can the system be so stupid? Is there anyone smarter than the system? But Long Fei was a little confused. Logically speaking, he had already given up on the mission. In his heart, he had already given up on the mission of becoming a demon lord. This was because the 7 great demon sects had slaughtered Evil Sound Sect, and each and every one of those girls had died tragically. Long Fei wanted to exterminate the 7 sections. The Demon Lord's mission did not allow him to use force. Once he had completed the mission, his speed would decrease and his task reward would be halved. But, now that he had slaughtered the entire Blood Refinement Sect, what is it? The mission was even completed? Suddenly, Long Fei looked at Inu. He was currently being controlled by the Blood Corpse ancestor, and was still kneeling on the ground. Bug. Absolute bug, ha ha. Long Fei laughed. He could not hold it in at all. In the game, the quest was set to be dead. As long as one touched the quest would be considered as completed. As for what methods one used to complete the quest, the system would not care. He wanted to conquer the 8 great demon sections. In Evil Sound Sect, the moment those disciples kneeled in front of him, he completed the mission of submitting to the Evil Sound Sect. Just now, even though Inu was dead, his body was still kneeling in front of him, which meant the task had been set and completed. Knowing this, Long Fei smiled. I didn't expect there to be such a bug in this alternate world, ha ha ha. It's simply too great. Then there's hope for this mission. The Demon Lord was a SS rank mission, and had a rich reward. If he could complete Long Fei, then he would want to complete it. Long Fei asked, Ancestor, can Blood Corpse be exchanged for flesh? Yen Huang Ancestor replied, Of course you can, just change it, you idea can control it. Oh no. Long Fei laughed wickedly. He was worried that the Blood Corpse ancestor would not be able to leave Inu's body earlier, but it looked like he would not have to worry about that anymore. What demon king? What 8 great demon sects submitting? Go to hell. What do I want? Experience, experience, experience. Long Fei started to worry about where he could go to level up. He wanted to level up to the War Master Ream as soon as possible and then go to the Dark Canyon to find that 9 secret underworld finches. Of the 7 great demon sects, just one was enough. The Evil Ghost Sect, the Mountain and Sea Sect, the Blood Sea Sect. All of you, wash your butts and wait. I'm here. Heh heh. Long Fei moved her idea and summoned her fire and ice, saying, Ice and fire, target Evil Ghost Sect, come out! 1 day later, the news of the Blood Refinement Sect being massacred spread throughout the entire South Horizon region. Who did it? No one in the 8 demon sects has been able to do this ever since the god's devil ancestor was split into 2. True blood is shed from the entire blood sect, not a single one is still alive. Even the corpse of the Blood Refinement Sect's sect master Inu was not found. It's too terrifying. That's too much of a relief. That's right. The Blood Refinement Sect has committed many evil deeds over the years. Many years ago, they refined a woman. 8_8419/2356709. Eldest senior sister. Eldest senior sister. Eldest senior sister. When Xiao Tiantian ran, he was so happy that he was jumping around like a little rabbit. Moreover, her breasts were much larger than last year's. Look, it's senior apprentice sister Xiao. She's so beautiful. So cute. Isn't senior sister Xiao in closed-door cultivation? I heard that he broke through the War Master Ream a while back. Why did he suddenly come out? So cute. If I could marry her, I would be willing to sacrifice 10 years of my lifespan. Don't you know she already has someone she likes? On the way, many disciples were discussing. If it was the past, Xiao Tiantian would definitely stop and properly teach them a lesson. But now that she didn't have the time, she wanted to run to senior sister's courtyard as soon as possible. As he ran into Lu Luoxi's courtyard, Xiao Tiantian was startled. Second senior sister, you're also here? Yi Zian laughed. Do you want to tell senior sister about Long Fei's massacre of the blood sect? Huh. Did all of you know? Xiao Tiantian was a little depressed, she pouted. I still want to be the first to tell big senior, second senior sister. You are going a little too fast, aren't you? Yi Zian looked at Xiao Tiantian in shock. Junior sister apprentice, you really did break through the war master ream. Xiao Tiantian giggled and said, Xiao Feifei is even working hard to cultivate, I cannot retreat. It's not like you don't know, I'm helping him steal the marriage. Big senior, what do you say? Hee hee. Yi Zian smiled slightly and said, I'll tell you one more thing. Not only did Long Fei massacre the blood refinement sect, he also killed the South Sky's young master, Situ Feng. Huh. Wow, Xiao Feifei is so powerful now. I heard that young master Nantian is the #1 genius below Hong Tianjun. Xiao Tiantian's face was filled with astonishment. She looked at Lu Luoxi, who was quietly standing at the side with furrowed brows, and said, Big senior, why are you not happy at all? Xiao Feifei is getting stronger. In 2 years, he will definitely come to the Heaven Sect to snatch you back from senior fellow apprentice Hong. Even if he can't snatch you back, there will still be me. And second martial sister, we will all help him. Xiao Tiantian said while grinning. To be able to exterminate the blood sect, Long Fei's cultivation must be very strong. If he became so strong in this year, he would definitely become stronger in 2 years. Yi Zian also took a step forward and said, Big senior, why are you unhappy? The reason why Long Fei became strong is so that he can defeat Hong Tianjun and snatch you back 2 years later. You. Without waiting for her to finish speaking, Lu Luoxi said coldly, If there's nothing else, go back and cultivate. I'm going to continue my closed-door cultivation. Huh. Senior sister. The two of them were startled. They could not see any joy in Lu Luoxi's eyes, but instead they saw more worry than before. And then, Lu Luoxi turned his back to them and said, Let's go. Xiao Tiantian lowered his head and gave a light "oh." Yi Zian also walked into the courtyard saying, Senior sister, you should take care to rest. Cultivating must also be done in harmony. After they left, Lu Luoxi's tears rolled down her face as she sobbed silently. And then, Lu Luoxi squatted down, covered his head with both hands and cried out loud, Why are you so stupid? Why are you so stupid? I'm not worthy of you. Why are you so stupid? The confirmation of the 3-year agreement. Lu Luoxi trained desperately. She wanted to change her fate. She wanted to surpass Hong Tianjun and control her own fate so that she could find Long Fei. But, she found, Hong Tianjun was as powerful as the sky, an existence that she could not get over at all. That difference could not be described with distance. One was the sky, one was the earth. She was almost desperate. At the same time, she hoped in her heart that Long Fei would come and take her away, but at the same time, hoped that he wouldn't. Because if he appeared again, Hong Tianjun would definitely kill him. She cried. He cried his heart out. However, she didn't dare to make a sound, not even the slightest bit. She was not the least bit happy that Long Fei had risen to power, but she was more worried than anyone else. Suddenly, Lu Luoxi slowly stood up. As her tears stopped, her expression was as cold as ice. What are you doing here? Not bad. War Master Level 3 is really different. Last time, it took me 3 minutes, but this time, it only took me 1 minute to sense my aura? Not far behind her, He was wearing a white robe and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. Hong Tianjun, the #1 genius of the southern domain, Hong Tianjun. Furthermore, he did not intentionally hide his presence, and even so, Lu Luoshi still took a full minute to sense his presence. This realm was too terrifying. Too much can be done in a minute. Killing a person was easy. Lu Luoshi did not turn around and asked again, "What are you doing here?" Hong Tianjun smiled faintly and said, "This is the second time I've seen you cry for a man. What a pity, what a pity." He made it sound as though it was an understatement. But in his heart, his rage billowed. Lu Luoshi's gaze tensed up and said, "What's a pity?" Hong Tianjun laughed coldly, his tone also becoming ice-cold as he said, "It's a pity that he doesn't have the qualifications to compete with me. We still have 2 more years of time from our marriage. His life only has 2 years. If he dares to come, then he must die." Very arrogant. It was an unbridled, unscrupulous kind of arrogance that disdained everything. He did not place Long Fei in his eyes at all. It was useless in the Fire-Glass City, and it still wasn't here, because he was Hong Tianjun, the #1 genius of the southern domain. Lu Luoshi clenched his fists and did not speak. Hong Tianjun sneered, "What does Situ Feng count for? If it wasn't for his father's presence 5 years ago, I could have killed him with a single finger. So what if they're the blood refinement sect? I don't care about the entire devil sect. I don't even care about the entire southern domain. A mere ant like Long Fei? If I stomp on him once, I can stomp on him 10,000 times. There's more." Hong Tianjuan's figure moved, and suddenly landed behind Lu Luoshi. His body seemed to be close to her, as he coldly spoke next to Lu Luoshi's ear. "You are my Hong Tianjuan's woman, and even if you get spoiled by me, you are still my woman. Don't think of taking out my palm in your entire life, understand?" Lu Luoshi was trembling. His entire body was shaking. Hong Tianjun was actually laughing coldly, with a devil-like sneer. He took a small step back. When he walked out of the courtyard, he stopped and did not turn around, instead saying, "I'm just telling you something. I've already broken through the War God realm. Long Fei? Just trash." After he finished speaking, Hong Tianjun laughed towards the sky and walked out. Lu Luoshi instantly collapsed, but this time she cried loudly, her tears tearing and tearing, causing people's hearts to ache, as she shouted loudly towards the sky, "Long Fei, save me!" Chapter 5. After today's update, with the support of the monthly tickets, the C will work even harder to code words. Thank you. 8_8419/2356710. Burp. 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 Inside War Pet Space, 2 burps sounded out. Long Fei not only had liver pain, all of the muscles in his body ached. He had promised them he could eat the spirit stones because of a small mistake, and then. There was no then. Space Ring S originally had thousands of spirit stones, but now, not a single one remained. Listening to their burps, Long Fei said, "After eating so many of my spirit stones, if you all don't help me break through faster, I'll break your JJ by 10 centimeters. Huh! Xiao Bai's expression tightened, and said immediately, "Master, I will definitely break through soon." Binghua giggled. 10 centimeters? Brother Xiao Bai, if you're so scared when you're 10 centimeters tall, then yours is just too short. Xiao Bai. Long Fei. Ice and Fire was a dragon. Even if it was a low-grade 2-winged dragon, it was still a dragon. A dragon was a terrifying existence. He did not place 10 centimeters in his eyes. Xiao Bai stared at him and bellowed, "What is mine is 10 centimeters, while yours is 100 centimeters. Master, Ice and Fire don't need you to help them, I will always teach him a lesson, yet he dares to mock my little JJ. Long Fei said, "Teach him a lesson ruthlessly." The Fire and Ice immediately felt that they were in trouble. I'm training. I guarantee that I can break through to the 15th level. 4 days later. Ghost Evil, Ghost King Mountain. An old man blocked his way. Lonely spirit. The last time that a level expert had appeared in the Tianyun city, he had easily trampled and killed Sidufeng, who had evolved into a primordial beast. Long Fei looked at Gu Hun and asked, "Where are my 2 brothers?" He could ignore everything else, but this matter had always troubled him. He had not seen Li Yuanba and Arhat ever since Long Fei was captured in the Evil Sound sect. From what he knew, these 2 elders were the ones who took them away. They are training in the secret realm. Wild Ghost is teaching them. Long Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Since there was no danger to his life, he could just let it go. He looked at Gu Hun and asked, "Senior, why did you stop me?" Gu Hun looked at Long Fei and said, "The blood refinement sect has been annihilated. Are you still going to continue destroying the ghost evil?" "Yes, sir." Long Fei immediately said, "Because they offended me, so I will eliminate him." Gu Hun's eyes became serious and he said, "The 8 great demon sects are the descendants of the Sky Demon clan. Although the 8 great forces are like a pile of loose sand, but they are demons after all. Can they let go of this hatred?" "Sorry, I can't let it go," Long Fei said very straightforwardly. Even if he could put down his experience, True Chi. However, the scene of the Evil Sound sect girls being abused to death was still fresh in his mind. If he didn't wash them clean with blood, he would never forgive himself. Before, he could have ignored it. However, he was now the sect master of the Evil Sound sect. He could not let those female disciples who were still alive lose heart. Gu Hun said slightly, "There's no room for negotiation?" Long Fei nodded and said, "No, I must bathe them in blood." Huff! Gu Hun let out a heavy sigh and said, "Evil Sound sect being slaughtered, I also did not expect that the 8 sect masters would have done it too far. However, they are still the last line of the demon race in the South Horizon region, so I like it when you let them live." His lifelong ambition was to unite the 8 great demon sects and make them stronger. Afterwards, he would spread the heavenly demon blood flag throughout the entire South Horizon region. Long Fei's appearance gave him a trace of hope. However, he also felt despair. Long Fei was completely out of control. As long as his style of doing things annoyed him, then it would pursue him for 1,000 miles, an existence that did not rest until one side died. Long Fei looked at Gu Hun and said slightly, "Senior, I know what you're thinking about. The current Devil sect is no longer the former Devil sect. They only have benefits in their eyes, and they are not worthy of being called devils. They are only a few sinister and despicable villains. Against the gods' devil ancient case, all they have in their eyes are benefits, scheming, and a fight. Do they have any thoughts for the future of the demon race in their eyes? No. There's no need for a devil sect like this to exist anymore. If you want the demon flag to fly in the South Horizon region, there is only one way," Long Fei said very seriously. Right now, he could see through these 8 great demon sections. It was just that, in his heart, he felt slightly sorry for the 7 people who died in Sea Devil Emperor. Gu Hun looked at him and said, "What method?" Long Fei slowly said, "Ashes was reborn." Huh! Gu Hun was stunned. It was also at this time that Long Fei walked past him. When they were walking parallel to each other, he slowly said, "Finished." Long Fei walked to the entrance of the ghost evil, and the idea sank, roaring towards the sky. "Gui Xie, get the hell out here!" Rumble! Rumble! The evil chi permeating the ghost evil sky suddenly resonated with thunderous roars, like the wails of evil spirits. "You dog, you really dare to come? Do you think I'm trash like Inu? Humph! Today, I will let you know the power of my ghost evil. All disciples, listen up and kill." The bloodbath began. One man, one saber, killing all the way from the entrance of the mountain. The entire way. Blood splashed all over the ghost evil. Ding! Ding ding ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Ghost Evil Disciple, for obtaining 300 experience, 300 true chi, 10 energy values, 10 points. Congratulations to player Long Fei. The system beep continued to ring. From the moment Long Fei started to kill, the system had never stopped. One set of sounds after another exploded after another. Long Fei was extremely arrogant, and killed in a world of darkness. From day to night and from night to dawn, Long Fei stood outside the Ghost Evil Palace, looking at the incomparably ugly face inside. The dragon Salyer pointed and said, "Gui Xie, come out and die." When Long Fei was massacring the Ghost Evil, Lonely Spirit was still standing on the same spot, his mouth constantly muttering the words, "Ashes be reborn." Suddenly, an incomparably mournful scream came out from the summit of Ghost Evil. Gu Hun's eyes slightly looked up, and a sharp light flashed out, "Ha ha ha. What a good Ashes was reborn, good boy, then go ahead and do it." Then, the lone soul transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. He wanted to return to the secret realm. He wanted to train Li Yuanba and Arhat for Long Fei. He wanted the 8 great demons to die and reach their peak. He wanted the heavenly demon blood flag to fly in the wind and let the entire South Horizon region know that the demons were still alive. And all of this, it was all because of Long Fei. Outside the Ghost Demon Palace, Long Fei's chest was on fire. His face was pale white, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The level 7 War Emperor is too strong, with my current cultivation, it's still not enough. Alright. Blood Corpse Ancestor, crawl into his body. Chapter 18_8419/2356711. Half a minute later. Gui Xie knelt in front of Long Fei. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for completing the Demon Sovereign quest, 3/8 of the completion rate. There are still 5 sects left. Long Fei's gaze moved slightly as he looked in the direction of the Blood Moon sect. The idea moved and said, "Ice and fire." Understood. Boom! Ice and fire flew out, carrying Long Fei and flying towards the Blood Moon sect. Long Fei spat out a mouthful of blood on the dragon's back, swallowed a few healing pellets, and muttered, "Level 7 War Emperor." During his battle with Gui Xie just now, Long Fei did not use any ultimate skills. No, he wasn't his match yet. In the end, he had to use the unexpected card, Inu, to kill Gui Xie. The ancestor said faintly, "Why are you doing this?" From his point of view, Long Fei did not need to do this. Long Fei had many arts that could catch Gui Xie off guard, making it impossible for him to defend himself, just like how he killed evil girl saints and Inu. However, Long Fei did not do so. Long Fei laughed faintly. "I want to know how far apart I am from the level 7 War Emperor." This was only secondary. What Long Fei really wanted to do was to borrow the strength of these level 7 War Emperor rankers to train himself. Combat training. They were the best training partners, not caring about life or death. His level would need to be increased, and his battle experience would also need to be increased. Time and time again, in desperate situations, he would be able to unleash potential that he could not even imagine. Huff! Long Fei looked at his own level, War Elder level 6. "I'm still 4 levels away from reaching the War Master Ream." His idea entered the god's devil ancient cases, looked at Xiechin's body and slowly said, "Sis, I will definitely save you, I definitely will." At the same time, Long Fei raised his head to look at the sky and muttered, "Wait for me, there's still less than 2 years. Wait for me, I'll definitely come and find you." He clenched his fists tightly. Long Fei's heart was incomparably firm. Hong Tianjuan's mountain was firmly pressed on his heart. He knew that Hong Tianjun was very strong, extremely strong. How strong would the Hong Tianjun of 3 years later be? Long Fei didn't know. He only knew one thing: 2 years later, he was going to trample Hong Tianjun to death. 6 days later, the Blood Moon sect had been massacred by Long Fei. This time, Long Fei and sect master Shui Yu's battle time was increased by half a minute. Finally, Long Fei was still sent flying. However, sect master Shui Yu was petrified and then killed instantly by Long Fei. The Berserk Blood Moon wheel was eaten by the ancestor. Thousands of spirit stones were also eaten by Xiao Bai and Binghua. In this period of time, the three of them were eating like it was New Year's Eve, and their mouths were filled with oil. Not only that, other than the fact that the patriarch hadn't changed much, Xiao Bai and the other two had grown a lot. Long Fei fought with all his might, training with all his might. They were there too. However, the method was different. Long Fei was cultivating with his life, they were cultivating with food. The difference was a little. This was fate. War Elder Level 7. Continue. The massacre of the 3 great demon sects caused the entire South Horizon region to be shaken. Who is Situ Feng? So what if he's the #1 genius of the Southern Domain, Hong Tianjun? Who would be able to slaughter 3 great demon sects in succession? Can they? Ha ha! Only Long Fei. He's the #1 person in the entire South Horizon region. He's too handsome. The 8 great demon sects have stood their ground for many years, and now that 3 sects have been massacred, the other 4 sects are all gathered in Blood Sea sect. They have never been so afraid in their lives. It's simply too embarrassing. After the Blood Refinement sect was massacred, countless forces in the Southern Domain paid attention to Long Fei. The Ghost Evil was slaughtered. The Blood Moon sect was once again massacred. Countless people watched with incomparable excitement. No one had been able to accomplish this. It was exciting. At the same time, they allowed some sects to see the opportunity. The 8 great demon sects had occupied many good places with abundant spiritual energy, making them very suitable for cultivation. Some sects began to covet it. Huh! The mountain and sea sect is empty? Half a month later, when Long Fei came to the faraway mountain sea sect, he found that there was not a single person around. A few days later, there's no one in the Soul Demon sect? F***CK. What's going on? Long Fei did not understand much about what had happened outside. In this past month, he could only kill people, and did not know that many people were paying attention to him. Even more unexpected, the remaining 4 devils had already fled to the Blood Sea sect. The 4 devils joined together, all for the sake of resisting Long Fei alone. This was something no one had expected. Nantian sect. Sidu Hao smiled. When he found out that the 4 devils had gathered at Blood Sea sect, he smiled. The opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Sidu Hao looked at the elders in the great hall and said faintly, "During this period of time, Long Fei's limelight has been too great. It just so happens that we can use this opportunity to allow Nantian sect's influence to rise another notch. Long Fei wants to kill. Blood Sea sect wants to be slaughtered as well. 2 birds with 1 stone. This way, all of his achievements would be taken away by him. No one in this world would remember a loser." Sidu Hao said coldly, "Long Fei, you are destined to be a failure. Pass my order down. Marshall Hall, 100,000 elite disciples, move. Target. Blood Sea sect. It's time to uproot the 8 great demon sections." In addition, Sidu Hao's forehead turned sinister as he looked at an elder and said, "You will lead 1,000 disciples to the Evil Sound sect and kill all of those remnants of the Evil Sound sect. I will make the 8 great demon sects disappear forever. I want the 8 great demon sects to be barren. As long as it was someone related to hurting his son, he wouldn't let a single one of them off. There's no one here again. It seems like they've gathered at one place. Long Fei frowned, looked in the direction of the Blood Sea sect, and laughed. All right then. It also saves me the time to look for it. Blood Sea sect. Qiu Wantian, I'm here. With a flap of his ice and fire wings, he flew towards Blood Sea sect. In another place. Old bastard, Nantian sect is moving. I had expected that this old cunning fox Situ How would not let this matter rest. He must be waiting for an opportunity. He will definitely make a move against the devil sect this time. Wild Ghost said coldly. Gu Hun continued, also. They even sent an elite team to rush to the evil sound sect. Wild Ghost's brows shook and said slightly. The reason why Long Fei massacred the 8 great demon sects is because of the female disciples of evil sound sect being killed. If the remaining female disciples were to be killed again, I'm afraid that he would go berserk and go to Nantian sect no matter what. Nantian sect, the #1 sect in the South Horizon region. 1 million disciples. This alone was something that no one could shake. Even if the Heaven sect was as strong as the sun itself, it would still be the same. Lonely Spirit was silent for a moment. Baidu search. Half afloat, he turned his head to look at the secret realm and said with a smile, It's time for them to come out and take a breather. Wild Ghost was startled for a moment, then laughed and said, Ha ha ha. Good idea, I can't teach these 2 kids any longer. Their talent is the most overbearing and bizarre thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I really don't know how Long Fei found these 2 people. The 2 of them. Too fierce. Chapter 28_8419/2356712. Blood Sea sect. Blood Sea sect. Before, he only had 4,000 disciples, but now, more than 10,000 disciples. The entire Blood Sea sect felt like it was exploding. Qiu Wantian's courtyard. The other 3 sect masters sat there. Qiu Wantian said lightly, Sect leaders, please rest assured. As long as Long Fei dares to come, I will make sure he does not return. He was a peak level 7 War Emperor ranker. He was completely different from Inu, Guixia, and Blood Moon. Even if Vengeance Sect Master is here, he wouldn't dare to come. Exactly. Vengeance Sect Leader, we will depend on you this time. The 3 great sect masters were truly shocked. Long Fei was completely crazy. Qiu Wantian smiled faintly and said, But, if the sect masters have promised to do so, then you have to keep your word. Sect Master Cho, don't worry. We will definitely not get our hands on the treasures of the gods' devil ancient case. I, Soul Demons, will keep my word. As a condition, when the 3 great demon sect entered the Blood Sea sect, they were not allowed to think about fighting God's devil ancient case. However, these people were all despicable and sinister villains. Who would know when that moment really came? At this moment, reporting to Sect Master, Qiu Wantian asked, What is it? The disciple said, A young man has come down the mountain. Before he could finish his words, the faces of the 3 sect masters turned cold. He's here, he's here. Long Fei is here for the slaughter. The muscles in the corner of Qiu Wantian's eyes twitched as he coldly snorted, He's finally here. The disciple looked at the 4 sect masters' nervous expressions and was shocked in his heart. How strong is Long Fei? However, the disciple said in a low voice, Sect Master, the one who has come isn't Long Fei, it's one of Nantian sect's envoys. Their faces darkened. Qiu Wantian's eyes turned sinister as he shouted, Why are you not clear about this? He was obviously shocked. The scene of Long Fei killing the evil girl saints in the 10,000 Een Forbidden Land was still fresh in his mind. The other 3 sect leaders also let out sighs of relief. Right now, they couldn't hear the words a youth has descended the mountain. It was like they were hearing a magic spell, and they couldn't help but feel fear from the bottom of their hearts when they heard it. Qiu Wantian said slightly, Nantian sect's emissary? What are you doing here at this time? Could it be? Is it because of young Master Nantian? Chi Mei said, Brother Cho, Sidu Feng was killed, but Nantian sect did not make a move. He definitely has a reason for coming here. That's right. This old cunning fox Sidu Hao has never made a loss. He must be plotting against our devil sect this time. The disciple continued, that messenger said that Nantian sect is here to deal with Long Fei. Huh! Chiu Wantian rolled his eyes and said forcefully, can't our 4 devils handle a mere Long Fei? Why did you need Nantian sect's help? Let him wait for me in the side hall. The topic of conversation had changed too quickly. Even that disciple couldn't react for a long time. Chiu Wantian shouted, why aren't you going? Yes, yes. Chiu Wantian slightly shouted, I want to see what that Situ Hao wants to do. Half an hour later. Ha ha ha. Envoy, rest assured that I will do as you say. Also, help me thank sect head Situ. Chiu Wantian said respectfully. The envoy of the Southern Sky region said lightly, Sect Master Chiu, please wait. Our enemies are the same this time, leave Long Fei to us. Thank you, thank you. Chiu Wantian was extremely eager. Towards Long Fei, he was also a little fearful in his heart. It was rumored that Long Fei was already a war emperor ranker in the outside world. Even for him, it was a little too much. Right now, Nantian sect wanted to take revenge for Sidu Feng and stop him. Watching the envoy leave, Chiu Wantian was all smiles. Is there such a good thing in the world? Ha ha ha. This is my chance, Chiu Wantian. As long as I obtain the god's devil ancient case, what does a mere Nantian sect count for? Ha ha ha. And then, one of the elders asked, Sect leader, could it be Nantian sect's scheme? Sly. Humph. In this Bloodridge mountain, even a crafty scheme wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Chiu Wantian was extremely confident. His mind was filled with the fantasy of the god's devil ancient case. The elder did not say anything more. Ha ha ha. In another place, Sidu Yao laughed loudly. Truly a pig, Chiu Wantian, you want me to protect your Blood Sea sect? You're really too naive. 100,000 disciples had hidden themselves within the Blood Sea Mountains. Situ Yao. Level 7 War Emperor. This time, it was the commander of 100,000 disciples. He followed Situ Hao's instructions, and as expected, Chiu Wantian agreed without even thinking. Elder, what should we do now? Push forward 100 kilometers, surround Blood Sea sect completely. Also, watch out for Long Fei's movements. Report to me the moment you enter the Blood Sea mountain range. Remember, you mustn't stop him. The Devil sect can't handle a mere piece of trash from the War Elder realm, but he's nothing more than an ant in my eyes. Our goal this time is the Blood Sea sect, to uproot their roots. Sidu Yao did not even put Long Fei in his eyes. Moreover, he wanted to borrow Long Fei's strength and quickly push towards the Blood Sea sect. The first day passed. Long Fei did not appear. The next day passed. Long Fei still had not appeared. The third day, in Sidu Yao's tent, a disciple ran in and said, Long Fei has appeared. Sidu Yao's eyes flashed with a trace of light, and he excitedly said, All right. Immediately report to Chiu Wantian. Even if Long Fei breaks through our defense and dares to rush to the Blood Sea sect, we Nantian sect will follow him with all our power. Situ Yao had already thought of everything. 2 birds with 1 stone. Ha ha. My Situ Yao's name has also resounded throughout the entire South Horizon region. Ha ha. Blood Sea sect. Chiu Wantian's eyes were filled with anger, and he bellowed. Nantian sect can't even take a single blow? You can't even defend against a single Long Fei? Trash. The number 1 sect of the South Horizon region? In my opinion, it's the number 1 trash sect. He thought that Long Fei would be intercepted and killed before he even arrived, but... And then, Chiu Wantian frowned and shouted, So what? You dog, watch how I'll take care of you. In the air above Blood Sea sect, ice and fire flapped their wings, soaring high in the sky. However, there was no sign of Long Fei on the dragon's back. Ice and fire circled above Blood Sea Sect once, then flew into the clouds. It disappeared. In another place, Xiao Bai said in a low voice, "Master, it's just as you had expected. There's a large group of people up ahead, and they are all Orthodox sect disciples." Nantian sect. Long Fei moved and said, "Enchanted. Buzz. Strongest upgrade system." With the body of the sky demon, the corners of Long Fei's lips curled up slightly as he sneered. "Situ Hao, I really have to thank you for sending such a large wave of experience." Ha ha ha! Xiao Bai, kill him. Chapter 3. I have urgent matters to attend to in the morning, and an update will be delivered tonight. 8_8419/2356713. Long Fei was not stupid. Long Fei was not stupid. If the four devils joined forces, he would definitely think of a way to deal with it. On the very first day, he appeared within the Bloodridge Mountains. However, he felt that Nantian Sect's army had arrived with the intention of killing two birds with one stone. One shot, two condors. If he were to die, he would also get rid of four devils. If that was the case, Long Fei immediately laughed. To him, Nantian Sect was bringing coal in the middle of a snowstorm. Giving him a big wave would require his experience. Roar! Xiao Bai howled. A white figure flashed out and landed on top of a Nantian Sect disciple, pressing him down onto the ground and breaking his neck in one bite. Next, whoosh! Xiao Bai flew out again, and without giving the other disciple any chance to react, he instantly killed him. Long Fei moved his right hand, taking out the dragon salyer. The dragon salyer dragged on the ground as it slowly walked forward, its body emitting an aura of death. Step by step, he walked out of the dark forest, as if he had walked out from hell. Enemy attack! Boom! Without waiting for him to finish speaking, he was once again killed by Xiao Bai. Blood dripped from the wolf's mouth. It was extremely vicious. It was also at this time. The surrounding disciples of Nantian Sect's Martial Hall quickly came over. "Who is it?" Long Fei smirked. "Your ancestor." Schwa! With one step, the dragon salyer dragged its body to the ground, and with a swipe, it got close to the man. With a slash, the disciple's body was split into two halves. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Nantian Sect's disciple, for obtaining 300 experience, 200 true chi and 10 energy values. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 1 spirit stone. I feel like I'm missing something. Long Fei opened up the system to check. Points. Right. Points. Long Fei moved, looked at the surrounding Nantian Sect disciples whose gazes carried killing intent, and said softly, "Enchanted." Wung. The aura around his body suddenly changed. The bun was scattered like it was about to be crazily burned, turning into a blood red as the thick devil energy continued to churn. "Yes, sir. It's the devil race. Damn it. It's the demons. Quickly go and report to Elder Situ that we were ambushed by the demons." I don't know anything else. However, they were very clear about the demonic chi on Long Fei's body. It was demonic chi, and only the demons could release such an aura, adding that this was the Blood Sea Sect. They immediately thought that the Blood Sea Sect was ambushing them. It was also at this moment. The corner of Long Fei's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a death god's smile. The idea moved and revealed a god's devil ancient case on the palm of his hand. "Blood Moon, kill for me, don't leave a single one alive." Boom! The god's devil ancient case rumbled. There must be another reason. Report. Outside the main hall, a disciple, covered in sweat, stumbled and ran into the hall, and said, "Reporting to sect leader, Nantian Sect's 100,000 disciples are currently surrounding the Blood Sea Peak with fire." Huh! What? The few sect masters' expressions tensed up as they looked at Chiu Wantian. Chiu Wantian said slightly, Nantian sect must have come over after seeing Long Fei's mount flying towards the Blood Sea sect. Don't worry, their goal is also Long Fei. An elder said, Sect Master, 100,000 disciples, is there really a need to have so many people against a single Long Fei? That's right. Could it be their target is us? Qiu Wantian's heart sank as he asked immediately, How far are they from Bloody Ocean Peak? That disciple replied, We're already at the foot of the mountain. This is bad. Qiu Wantian finally realized Nantian sect's true goal. Clenching his fists tightly, he said, Situ Yao, you old fox, aren't you being too ruthless? You want 2 birds with 1 stone? Humph. Then you're thinking too much. Qiu Wantian's heart was filled with anger. Like a phantom, his figure rushed out of the main hall and landed on the martial arts arena. Floating in the air, his hands frantically formed seals, the demonic qi on his body enveloping the entire Blood Sea peak. The devils in all directions. Open the Blood Sea formation. Wung. A bloody light exploded from his body. In the blink of an eye, it had enveloped the entire Blood Sea peak. The grand protective formation of the mountain and the Sea of Blood was activated. Chapter 48_8419/2356714. The Blood Sea sect continued to be a part of the Heavenly Demon Clan's formation. The Blood Sea sect continued to be a part of the Heavenly Demon Clan's formation. Only the Blood Sea sect S of the 8 great demon sects had a protective magical formation. Moreover, Qiu Wantian was a formation master himself, and the formation was even created by the number 1 sect master of the Blood Sea sect. Since birth, this was the first time it had been opened, and outsiders did not know of it. Buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. A bloody light enveloped the entire peak of the Blood Sea. It was as if the sky was covered by a bloody halo of light. Elder Situ, the great protective formation of the Blood Sea sect, has been activated. Situ Yao's brows tightened, the corners of his mouth drew back, and he laughed coldly. Great Mountain Protection Formation? A mere Blood Sea sect actually has a Great Mountain Protection Array? TCH. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? As soon as he finished, Situ Yao's voice turned cold. With 2 blades in his hands, he moved as fast as lightning, quickly landing in the air above Blood Sea sect, and asked, Vengeance sect leader, what are you doing? Qiu Wantian looked at the Situ Yao in the distance and laughed lightly. Elder Situ, Long Fei offended us earlier. For safety's sake, I will set up the Great Mountain Protection Array. Long Fei has already flown out. He must be in this Blood Sea mountain range. He killed your young master Nantian. Quickly go find him. This time, he would not be so foolish. Situ Yao laughed out arrogantly. Ha ha ha! Long Fei. Only that ant? I don't even put him in my eyes. Situ Yao's gaze tensed up as he stared at Qiu Wantian and said, Qiu Wantian, what I want is your life. It's your 8 great demon sects. As for Long Fei, that's just a side effect. Situ Yao's eyes were filled with contempt as he faintly smiled and said, Qiu Wantian, you still have a chance to choose right now. As long as you submit to me, Nantian sect, and the 4 devils becomes a branch of me, Nantian sect, I will spare your lives today. From today onwards, you and the other 3 demon sects will be under my command. Without waiting for Qiu Wantian to speak, Qi Mei scolded loudly, Situ Yao, F***ck your Situ family's ancestors. Do you want us to submit to you? Even if we submit to a dog, we won't submit to you. And they were sent by you? All these years, how many disciples have you, Nantian sect, killed from our devil sect? You still have the cheek to say that you're submitting? The flames were raging. Qiu Wantian's expression tightened, and immediately pulled Qi Mei back, and said in a low voice, Brother Qi Mei, don't be angry. The other 3 sect leaders also began to persuade him. One of them said softly, actually, even if the Great Mountain Protection Array can hold on, but what about Situ Yao? We haven't cultivated to that extent yet. In addition to that, there's also the hidden Long Fei. He's definitely staring at us like a tiger eyeing its prey, and will definitely not let us off. Submitting down now might be a good choice. Qiu Wantian said, Brother Soul Demon is right, we are now facing enemies from the back, and this is also a way out. Qi Mei looked at them and thought that it was funny. Have you forgotten your identities? You are from the demon race, the heavenly demon race. Submit to Nantian sect? I would rather die in Long Fei's hands than to submit to him. Qi Mei said with righteous indignation, You guys are good, Nantian sect did not kill your disciples, but what about my Mountain Sea sect? All these years, countless disciples have died, I hate Nantian sect to the bones. Qiu Wantian frowned. The expressions of the other two sect leaders also changed slightly. In midair, Situ Yao sneered and said, Have you thought it through? Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Qiu Wantian smiled slightly and said, Elder Situ, there's no need to be anxious. For such a big matter, we need some time to think about it. How about this, we will give you an answer tomorrow morning. All right. I'll give you guys one night to think it over. Situ Yao smiled slightly. It was indeed good to uproot the demons. However, if he could subdue this small force called Four Devils, then Nantian sect's power would be even stronger, and his death could make up for it. More importantly, the areas occupied by the Devil sect were all places rich in spirit energy, so their cultivation speed would increase by quite a bit. This was the best choice for Nantian sect. Situ Yao sneered in his heart, so this is the demon race? Greed, fear, death. What heavenly demon race, they are simply a pile of dog shit. He believed that Qiu Wantian would definitely submit to Nantian sect, because that was their only choice. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Nantian sect's disciple, for obtaining 300 experience, 200 true chi, 10 energy values, 10 points. Ding! Long Fei listened to the system beep and followed the rhythm of the rhythm. When 5 words float in the sky, every one of them feels great. Ha ha ha! The blood moon that was being controlled by the blood corpse ancestor was simply a killing machine. They fought from noon until night without stopping. Long Fei took a look at the experience slot. There is still 5% remaining to level up, and I will soon be at the 8th level of the War Elder. Sister, wait for me. Once we reach the War Master Ream, I will go to Dark Canyon. Right now, he was only a little more than 2 levels away from the War Master Ream. Suddenly, Master, Nantian sect's Situ Yao wants Qiu Wantian and the rest of the 4 devils to submit to him. Huh! Long Fei's heart tightened. They have submitted already? Binghua replied, Give me your answer tomorrow morning. F***CK. Long Fei let out a heavy breath and said, If they submit, then what am I playing for? Wouldn't my mission as the supreme expert of the demon race fail? No way. Submitting from the 4 devils would inevitably cause an impact to his mission of becoming the demon lord. He couldn't possibly make them submit once again, right? The system will definitely recognize that the quest has failed. Right now, he was just a bit away from completing the quest. Long Fei still wanted to put on his sky demon set to show off his skills. Immediately, Long Fei's mind started to spin frantically. A few minutes later, Long Fei said, Kill crazily and kill until daybreak. Originally, Long Fei was very relaxed, but now, he had also joined in the hunt. The only thing he could do now was to level up and break through. Midnight. The matter of Long Fei poking Nantian sect with the chrysanthemum finally reached Situ Yao's tent. Situ Yao smashed the table with one hand. Long Fei, you're courting death. Elder, what should we do now? The veins on Situ Yao's forehead bulged as he exhaled the rage that was suppressed in the center, and said, Long Fei is only a stinky bug. He can't overturn the sky. Tomorrow, I will first subdue the 4 devils and then use a might as strong as the heavens to crush this smelly insect to death. Early morning. Situ Yao landed above the Blood Sea sect and laughed coldly. It's time, Chiu Wantian, to submit or to resist. Choose one. Chiu Wantian looked up at the sky and smiled faintly. They had already made their decision. At this moment, Long Fei stood in the air with the dragon Salyer on his shoulder. His gaze trembled as he stared at Situ Yao, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Boss. Chapter 5 was sent over. With the monthly tickets, they wouldn't be able to get any higher. The sea swears that if this month's monthly tickets can rush to the top 6, including the 6th, the sea will explode on the 1st of next month. 8_8419/2356715. Looking through the system, Situ Yao's body was glowing with a golden light. It was as if he was a piece of gold under the light of a lamp. Looking through the system, Situ Yao's body was glowing with a golden light. It was as if he was a piece of gold under the light of a lamp. It was dazzling. Without a doubt, this was a boss. How could the elder who commanded 100,000 Nantian sect Martial Hall disciples not be the boss? Long Fei. Situ Yao did not react, but Blood Sea sect's Chiu Wantian and the others reacted immediately. He really came. The soul demon's face was cold as he said, Long Fei, today is the end of you. Chiu Wantian also laughed. Isn't appearing at this time courting death? Obviously. They had already made their decision to submit to Nantian sect. Long Fei stared at the 4 sect masters of the Blood Sea sect and sneered. The Sky Demon clan has been completely disgraced by you. Can you guys at least show some face? 4 tens of thousands of years. Have you seen the demons turn into the lackeys of orthodox sects? Chiu Wantian's face slightly changed and laughed coldly. Long Fei, who do you think you are? What does what we decide have to do with you? The soul demon said in disdain. That's right, we have lost the face of the demon race. Then what do you count as? The 3 great demon sects have been massacred. What kind of god's devil successor are you? I forgot, you half-human, half-devil are a bastard, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The 4 devils' sect leaders all laughed. Long Fei frowned. He felt that it was extremely ridiculous. Was there even a need for demons to exist? Looking at their wild laughter, Long Fei coldly laughed. So what if you have baptized the 3 great demon sects in blood? Today, I want to massacre the entire Blood Sea sect and let all of you, who have lost all face, disappear from this time. Heh heh. What big words you have there. Situ Yao disdained stared at Long Fei and said, You are merely a mere war elder level 8, yet you dare to be so arrogant. Chiu Wantian followed. Elder Situ, didn't you want us to submit to you? As long as you kill Long Fei and hand him to me, my 4 devils will submit to you. From today onwards, we will only listen to your orders. All right, Situ Yao bellowed, his gaze locking onto Long Fei as the corners of his mouth lifted. Against this kind of trash, I only need a finger to do it. Chiu Wantian laughed loudly. Long Fei, aren't you arrogant? Isn't it to slaughter our 4 devils? Go and challenge Nantian sect. Go and be cocky with Situ Yao. Ha ha ha. You want to kill our 4 devils? Long Fei, you are still very young. Now he didn't have to worry at all. Chiu Wantian never thought that Long Fei would actually appear at this critical juncture. It just so happened that he could have a fight with Situ Yao. No matter who won, it would be them who won. Chiu Wantian shouted loudly, Men, bring out the chair for me, I want to watch this battle. Give me some more melon seeds and peanuts. It's just watching a show. We need to prepare for it. A few chairs were brought out and the melon seeds started to eat. Chiu Wantian raised his hand and the surrounding Blood Sea sect disciples clamored, Fight, fight. Ha ha ha. Chiu Wantian said with a satisfied expression, This feels too good. Long Fei looked at the system quest. Fortunately, I was able to make it in time. I should say, just a little bit more and I would have failed. If Long Fei had appeared 1 minute late, their 4 devils would have already submitted to him. In that case, the mission of the Demon Elder would have definitely failed. Sidu Yao moved his right hand and said faintly, "You dog, return my nephew's life." As soon as he finished, the might of the level 7 War Emperor soared into the sky, forming into a ferocious beast that roared, and pounced straight towards Xiang Longfei's mind. Buzz! Long Fei's mind sank, and violent turmoil began to roll over. It was very hard. F***ck. Yet another disgusting pressure attack. Long Fei cursed in his heart, the space between his eyebrows sunk, and he suddenly roared in his heart, "Bedevilment!" Schwa! His body felt like it was on fire, turning into a god's devil body in the blink of an eye. Next, the pressure in his sea of consciousness lessened slightly, and his body stabilized itself in the air. Sidu Yao looked at Long Fei, who had become a demon, and laughed disdainfully. "It's really just as they say, half human, half devil actually. He's a bastard. Long Fei. Die. Move." A long blade appeared in Sidu Yao's right hand, and he stabbed out. Moon-severing saber art. The sharp blade chi spear attacked Xiang Longfei. His left hand moved and another long blade appeared. Situ Yao did not even put Long Fei in his eyes, but he would not underestimate any opponent. Even if it were an ant, he would go all out. The two-handed blade was his greatest strength, attacking with his right hand while changing his left hand. In this instant, huff! Long Fei let out a light breath as his gaze locked onto Situ Yao. A strong pressure pressed towards him, but he did not retreat a single step. "I don't want to play with you this time." Long Fei softly said a sentence, then moved the idea. 3-rate peerless technique. Boom! 8 times the usual attribute. The sky demon's thick demon chi was raging crazily. Teleport! Whoosh! His figure disappeared. Sidu Yao's mouth twitched and said, too slow, with such speed you still dare to fight with me? Humph, overestimating yourself." The instant that Long Fei moved, Sidu Yao's speed had also increased, and the right blade once again locked onto Long Fei's path. Long Fei clenched his teeth. Charge! Schwa! Rumble! Facing the powerful blade aura, Long Fei still did not retreat, and rushed forward without a care. Ha ha ha! Long Fei is going to die. What is this trash's mind thinking? Hitting someone else's blade aura is simply courting death. Trash is trash. I really don't know how Inu, Guixia, and Shuiyu were killed. Just based on their combat experience, they wouldn't be able to survive. The 4 of them kowtowed as they stared at the sky. The 4 of them all felt that Long Fei was definitely going to die this time. Sidu Yu's crescent blade chi was a famous unique skill with extraordinary strength. He would definitely be defeated in a single slash. Long Fei was retarded? He still rushed forward without caring about his life. Instantly, a long streak of blood cut across his chest, and his health point was immediately reduced by half. Ha ha ha! I've already said it, you're just looking to die. I can deal with a Long Fei like that with just one hand. Just a finger is fine. The 4 of them laughed. Battles were fought using skill, not carrying it with one's life. Smashing into someone else's attack. What difference was there between this and seeking death? However, Long Fei did not show any expression of pain. Instead, his face revealed a death god-like smile. Enough distance, http:// ha ha ha. Situ Yao, not only will I kill your nephew, I will also kill you. Boom. Long Fei's eyes changed. Demon Snake's Eye release. Chapter 18_8419/2356716. He needed distance. He needed distance. The release of the Devil Snake's Eye required a certain distance. The closer it got, the more powerful it became. Just like the skills in the game, it needed a distance to cast. Thus, only then would Long Fei disregard everything and rush forward. In this instant, the power of the devil snake's eye shot out like a searchlight. Ah! A mournful shriek came from the devil snake girl. Situ Yao's face turned sinister. He wanted to react, but too slow. His entire body was rapidly petrifying. Boom! Situ Yao's entire body was petrified. The corner of Long Fei's mouth drew back. Staring at the four sect masters of Blood Sea Sect, he sneered. Laughed? Then laugh for lousy, it will soon be your turn. Humph! Long Fei coldly snorted. Then his eyes locked onto Situ Yao as he said, This old one has been arrogant since the moment I was born. What are you supposed to count as? He clenched his fist. Blood Dragon's Fury. Boom! The blade slashed down, striking Situ Yao's head. The Blood Dragon God rolled out its scroll and directly wrapped Situ Yao within it. After being petrified, his defense was lowered and he directly dealt a critical hit. A blade fell. The petrification on Situ Yao's body also ended, and he roared angrily, Long Fei, not waiting for him to finish. The devil. 9 Knives Force. Azura. Boom! The aura on Long Fei's body abruptly changed, and like a devil crawling out of hell, 2 blood-red eyes flashed in the air. Without waiting for Situ Yao to react, his body moved. The god's devil blade in his left hand, the dragon salure in his right, and the autumn water in his mouth. Shwa! The 3 blades were like lightning, the spirit chi was like a ghost, and the power of the Azura passed through Situ Yao's body with unstoppable force. Rumble! With a loud noise, 3 million damage figures exploded above Situ Yao's head. Situ Yao also started to violently spurt out blood. His body could not support itself in midair, and was on the verge of falling. The moment the 3 streams of blade energy came to an end. Magic Chop. Rumble! Long Fei shot downwards, using the sword drawing style to transform into the sword draw. As he was thinking, he raised the sword in the air and sent Situ Yao flying. Moonlit Step. Whoosh! From above, Long Fei held onto his blade with both of his hands. Magic Chop. The Titan blood vein moved slightly, and a huge illusion of a divine sea titan superimposed over Long Fei's body. With Long Fei's slashing, he too cut down with all his strength. Rumble! 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 Boom! 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 Situ Yao was struck down from the sky again, but there was still some health left over on his head, so it was not enough to kill him. While he was sick, he was going to take his life. If they acted tough together, all of them would die. Long Fei's body sank and landed next to Situ Yao. The corner of his mouth raised a little. May I ask, can I be arrogant in front of you? Situ Yao's entire body was in pain. He was severely injured, and the reaction of his body could no longer keep up, as he stared at Long Fei and roared, Long Fei, you dare to kill me? Nantian sect will overturn all 18 generations of your ancestors. Wow! I'm so scared. Long Fei pretended to be afraid, stared at him, and roared again. I just want to ask you one thing. Can Laozi be so arrogant in front of you? With that, without waiting for Situ Yao's reply, Long Fei's body suddenly landed below Situ Yao and the pubes exploded. A thick sky demon chi was released. Heavenly note break. Roar! With an angry roar, just like the roar of an ancient beast, the sound waves attack one after another. Situ Yao's body stopped falling, the flesh on his face rippled out wave after wave, and immediately after, a few fine lines appeared on his face. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk the sound waves were like blades, harvesting madly. Greater than sign, just like countless thin blades cutting his body, in the end Situ Feng was flung out, releasing waves after waves of pig-like howls. Long Fei. You dare to kill this old man? Nantian sect will not let you go. Even 100,000 disciples will not let you off. Ah! As he was sent flying into the air by the sound wave, Long Fei's forehead turned sinister. You won't let me go? Heh heh! I won't let them go. As soon as he finished, the dragon salure in Long Fei's hands tightened its grip, and at the first level of the idea, the dragon salure suddenly jerked. A tornado rose up into the air, the powerful true qi surging forth as the tornado directly wrapped Situ Yao up. Moonlit step. Three-rate peerless technique. Long Fei landed on Situ Yao's head, with a sinister look on his face, as though he was a judge of life and death. He revealed an arrogant and overbearing smile and said crazily, "I'll tell you. I am arrogant." "That's crazy," Situ Yao was afraid. Looking at the condescending Long Fei, he was incomparably afraid. He had never been this afraid before. From the time he was petrified until now, he simply did not know how he had gotten here. He only knew that when he was beaten up by Long Fei from top to bottom, he did not even have the chance to retaliate. Too terrifying. Even if he died, he would still keep this fear in his heart. He couldn't hold it at all. Situ Yao said in a trembling voice, "Long Fei, you are this grandpa. You can be as arrogant as you like. I'm wrong, I won't dare to. I beg you, please forgive me this once." He immediately started begging for mercy. If not, he would truly kneel down in midair. Die. Anyone would be afraid. The better your cultivation, the more you will be afraid of death, because the higher your cultivation, the more precious your life is. However, Long Fei grinned and laughed, saying, "It's too late for you to answer, ha ha ha." And Long Fei's voice turned cold. "If I didn't kill you, how would I have dropped it? Ha ha ha." His laughter was like thunder. In the center of the tornado eye, Long Fei's left hand was holding onto the god's devil blade, while his right was holding onto the dragon salure. Swish, 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 swish. Inside the tornado, it was crazily killing everything in its path. The HP above Situ Yao's head started to decrease rapidly. Too powerful. He couldn't stop it at all. Just because. Long Fei got close to him. It was precisely because of this tiny bit of carelessness that Long Fei didn't give the level 7 War Emperor's Situ Yao any chance to retaliate at all. From start to finish, he only made one move. Not even one more move. Four Devil Sect Master raised his head to look at the battle in the sky. His expression was extremely unsightly, as if someone had ruthlessly slapped him a few times. There was no expression of satisfaction on his face anymore. The entire Blood Sea sect was quiet, not a single sound could be heard. Rumble! Long Fei's blade slashed at Situ Yao's skull and he bellowed, "Explode for me!" The blade slashed at the top of Situ Yao's head. Equals half carat float hashtag life carat and then. He suddenly exerted force, causing the water to sink. Rumble! S body was directly smashed down, smashing onto the Great Mountain Protection Array. Long Fei's gaze turned sinister as he laughed sinisterly. "It's your turn next." Chapter 28_8419/2356717. Boom! Boom! Situ Yao's body exploded on the light of the Blood Sea formation. When the four sect masters saw Situ Yao's body fall from the sky, the soul demons immediately became paralyzed with fear, and they sat down from their chairs. The other three people had ugly expressions on their faces. Situ Yao was awesome? It was instantly overturned. Is Long Fei still human? Was it even possible for a human to kill a level 7 War Emperor ranker at the 8th level of the War Elder? This was the case for killing evil girl saint. All sorts of divine level cultivation techniques were continuously released and crushed, not giving one any chance to resist. And now again. It happened again. The four of them were completely stupefied. It was also at this moment. Long Fei floated in midair, the idea moved, "Release your striking attribute." Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Situ Yao, for gaining an experience point, true chi point, energy values point, and points. 100. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Southern Sky Dual Blades. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining War Emperor Soul Essence. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the top quality Blade Spirit. Do you wish to fuse with it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Kunlun Mirror. The system kept ringing. Hearing one berserk after another, Long Fei started up. Fierce is great, ha ha. Suddenly, Yen Huang Ancestor chewed on the Southern Sky Dual Blades as he said, "Boy, the Kunlun Mirror is not bad, I'll keep it for you." Huh! Long Fei was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. "Old man, you're really great." There was actually a holy artifact that the patriarch did not eat. How could he not be grateful? Immediately, Long Fei moved his body, opening up the system to check the properties of the Kunlun Mirror. Item: Kunlun Mirror Grade, Divine? Description: the God Realm Mirror of Mount Kunlun is protecting the things of Mount Kunlun. Because of the collapse of the 10,000 demons breaking through the seal, the Kunlun Mirror is able to light up the monsters and beasts that escaped from the seal of Mount Kunlun. Description: active touch. Description: each time you catch a demon or vicious beast, the strength of the Kunlun Mirror increases by a level. Long Fei took a glance and said faintly, "There's nothing much, just like using a demonic mirror. I'm not a demon catcher, how would I have the time to look for some ferocious demon or beast?" Yen Huang Ancestor almost choked and said, "What do you know, brat? This is only one of the power of the Kunlun Mirror. Once it excavates all of its power, you will know how powerful it is. Also, if you had a Kunlun Mirror back then, the Devil Snake Girl's petrifying energy would not have been able to do anything to you." Yen Huang Ancestor did not reveal all of the functions of the Kunlun Mirror. He was a little worried that Long Fei would need to dig up some of his own in order to sharpen his mental fortitude even more. It was definitely beneficial for Long Fei. Long Fei muttered, "All right then." And then, Long Fei looked at the War Emperor Soul Essence and asked softly, "What is this?" Yen Huang Ancestor said, "It's the soul of the War Emperor realm. If you fuse with it, it will help you increase your pressure resistance." Fuse. Hearing the ancestor's words, Long Fei didn't have any hesitation at all. The thing that gave him the most headache was the pressure attack. Moreover, he didn't use the soul training skill at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to worry about refining the souls of several big bosses. Then, Long Fei looked at the blade spirit and said, "I know about that, swords have a sword spirit, blades also have a sword spirit." The Yen Huang Ancestor rolled his eyes at Long Fei and said, "The blade soul is called a blade spirit and not a blade spirit. You can fuse with this thing, but not finding a heart of ancient fairy tree can also increase the might of the dragon Salyer a little." Just a little?" Long Fei muttered and said disdainfully, "Damn, no matter what, is it a top-quality blade spirit, just a little?" Yen Huang Ancestor said, "Your dragon Salyer should be a supreme artifact. What else do you want? Do you want others to die?" Long Fei now had a lot of holy artifact on him. If it was any other practitioner who knew this, it would most likely cast a shadow over their heart for the rest of their life. They did not even have a single Earth-rank spirit tool, but Long Fei was looking down on the top-quality sword spirit. This difference was more than 1,000 miles? It was simply 1,080,000,000 kilometers. Fuse. Just as the Yen Huang Ancestor had said, the dragon Salyer was able to flash a little more brightly. It had only grown a little stronger, but this little bit was enough to raise the strength of a supreme artifact. "What is he doing? I haven't moved for a long time," the soul demon said in a trembling voice. Could he have been seriously injured by Situ Yao? Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to not move for so long. "That's right. What on earth is going on?" Chi Mei followed to ask. Chiu Wantian shook his head and said, "Long Fei is definitely plotting something." Soul Demon said. Even Situ Yao is not Long Fei's opponent, what should we do? Brother Cho, you promised to protect us. Qiu Wantian was also afraid, but the deaths of an evil girl saints had let him know one thing. He definitely could not give Long Fei the slightest chance. As long as Long Fei found a trace of an opportunity, he would be caught unprepared. Qiu Wantian shouted, Soul Devil, can you do anything about it? My blood sea diagrams is not something he can break. Taking a step back, even if he can break through the formation, when the four of us join forces, would Long Fei, who has consumed a great deal of his true qi, be able to withstand it? Qiu Wantian continued. As long as the four of us work together, killing him will be as easy as pie. He was convinced of that. Moreover, Qiu Wantian looked at the stunned Long Fei in the sky and said with a cold laugh, Long Fei, you bastard, why did you stop? Is killing Situ Yao very powerful? Come down here and kill us. Ha ha ha. The soul demon shivered as he said in a low voice, Brother Cho, why did you anger him? Qiu Wantian's gaze darkened and he said, You'll know in a while. Following Qiu Wantian's voice, Qiu Wantian, are you in a hurry to be reborn? Long Fei had been busy looking through the items that had dropped, and now that his expression had recovered, his gaze shifted to the four people below and said slightly, Don't be anxious, it's your turn now. Qiu Wantian said fearlessly, Long Fei, then come, ha ha. Finished. Long Fei was enraged. He rushed forward and punched with both fists. Rumble. His body was sent flying, both his arms seemed like they were about to break, it was extremely uncomfortable. What a strong backlash. Pfft. Long Fei's vital energy and blood surged, and he couldn't help but spew out a mouthful of blood. His eyebrows tightened and he scolded angrily, Damn, it's a formation again. #float * life. Formation, this was the second thing that Long Fei hated. Every time he had to think of a way to break through the array, he was in a bad mood. Ha ha ha. Qiu Wantian laughed complacently and said, Long Fei, is this great? Chapter 38_8419/2356718. Qiu Wantian laughed out loud. I guess it must be very fun, right? His arms are numb, his fists are cracked, and he is in extreme pain. Qiu Wantian laughed out loud. I guess it must be very fun, right? His arms are numb, his fists are cracked, and he is in extreme pain. This is my blood sea diagrams. If you have the guts, come at me. We'll wait here for you to kill us. Ha ha ha. Qiu Wantian couldn't help but laugh loudly when he saw Long Fei spurting blood from the shock. Upon seeing this, the soul demons and the others all started to laugh complacently. Brother Cho, it seems like you are the best, ha ha ha. Long Fei, didn't you want to take revenge for the female disciples of Evil Sound Sect? Come on. Those female disciples are all lively and full of life. All of them have died miserable death. This must be a great feeling, right? I really admire Inu. He tore apart those girls' clothes piece by piece. It was simply too satisfying, ha ha ha. At first they didn't know. Now that the blood sea diagrams actually had the power of rebound, Long Fei was simply unable to endure it. In that case, then they would be safe. Naturally, he was very proud of it. Blood sea diagrams, demon formation. Its structure was different from the dragon-locked tactical method, absolute murder array and the sound trap formation. Long Fei was still only at the yellow level. It was almost impossible for him to find the blood sea diagram's core in a short amount of time. However, he was a man who liked simple and crude things. You can't break it with your fist, right? Fine. Change it to something else. Long Fei summoned his dragon Salyer, clenching his fists tightly. He dropped down from the sky and the power in his arms surged. Roar! The shadow of a blood dragon burst out, forming a huge blood light and hacked down heavily. Crack! A bloody bolt of lightning struck down. Rumble! The faces of the four sect masters trembled slightly, shaken by Long Fei's blood dragon's rage slash. How many secret techniques does this kid train? The blade in his hand should be Supreme Artifact's Dragon Salyer, right? Rumble. The saber chopped down. Qiu Wantian immediately laughed out loud and said, "It's useless." It was also at this time. The Dragon Salyer exploded. It was completely unable to bear the anaphasic force on the array, and with the opening of the tiger's mouth, blood started to drip out. Long Fei immediately recalled the Dragon Salyer, and if he did not retract the sword, it would fly out of his hands. Unwell. That kind of anaphasic force quickly rushed into his heart from the Dragon Salyer, but Long Fei was unable to endure it any longer. The greater the power, the stronger the antiphasic force. F***ck. Long Fei cursed in his heart. However, Qiu Wantian was laughing extremely happily. He flew to the bottom of the blood sea diagrams, looked at Long Fei who had a pained expression, and said proudly, "Long Fei, you're enjoying yourself, haha. Blood sea diagrams, the stronger the power, the stronger the anaphasic force, it's useless no matter how many divine skills you have, haha." Looking at Long Fei's painful expression, the four sect masters all started laughing. All of them landed on the ground in mid-air to look at Long Fei. The only difference between them was the blood-red halo, which prevented Long Fei from killing them. Evil Sound Sect's female disciples are so awesome. Ha ha ha! Long Fei, do you want to take revenge for them? Come on. If you have the guts, then come kill me, ha ha ha. He was extremely proud and arrogant. Even Situ Yao was not able to deal with him, but this blood sea diagrams made Long Fei continuously spurt blood, which made them even more excited. Can't break it? Long Fei did not lose his reason just because of the four sect masters' ridicule. He said in his heart, the highest realm of formations should also be a crushing defeat, right? As long as my strength is strong enough, I can break through 10,000 arrays in one go. My strength. Huff! Long Fei slowly let out a breath of turbid air, and an impressive move appeared in his mind. With a move of the idea, he released his strong comprehension ability, multiple shadows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 4 figures descended. Long Fei frowned. Can you give me more clones? The idea moved again. Ding. Fail. He was unable to comprehend any more clones. 4 is fine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 clones stood at 4 different positions. Long Fei moved. 3-rate peerless technique. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With power exploding out one after another, Long Fei became furious and roared deeply. Let's see just how strong the defense of this formation is. Blood Dragon's Fury. Roar. Roar. 4 blood dragon shadows shot out, soaring into the sky. Qiu Wantian frowned. He could not help but be worried. Soul Demon's face immediately paled. Another god-level skill that we've never seen before. Is this brat even human? Is this another secret technique from the god's devil ancient case? Qi Mei was worried. Brother Cho, can the array formation withstand it? Qiu Wantian was also a little lacking in confidence, and muttered, It should be possible. They were a little confused when they saw Long Fei releasing one type of secret technique after another that they had never seen before. Even if they were the leaders of the 8 demon sect, they had cultivated 1 or 2 divine-level cultivation technique. Moreover, taking out holy artifacts at any time, how could he let them live? The shadow clones moved in unison. The 4 blood dragon raging slashes came slashing down. Crack! Crack! 4 explosive sounds rang. It was also at this moment. The blood sea diagrams trembled violently, swaying as though it could not hold on for much longer. Crack! 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 The power unleashed by the 4 attacks of his clone was simply too great. Qiu Wantian's heart was cold. However, the blood sea diagrams did not shatter. Instead, the three shadow clones turned into a ball of white smoke and disappeared from the shock of the anaphasic force, while Long Fei himself spat out blood as well. It was as if his body was going to be torn apart. Ha 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 ha! Qiu Wantian's nervous heart instantly tensed up as he laughed sinisterly. I can't break it, ha ha ha! Long Fei, you cannot break the blood sea diagrams. Ha ha ha! The boulder in his heart fell as he let out a long breath. The soul demon muttered. His heart disease almost scared him out of his wits. This is too scary. When the 4 blood dragons slashed down, they were so scared that they almost peed their pants. However, seeing that the blood sea diagrams was undamaged, they immediately became excited again. Long Fei, do you have the guts to come? Come kill me. Ha ha ha. You little bastard, are you satisfied? Come on. Ha ha. No matter how arrogant he is, ha ha. Table of contents. The 4 of them laughed with incomparable arrogance and pride. The anger in Long Fei's heart raged, but his heart was still incomparably calm. If this continues... Yan Huang Ancestor's voice suddenly came over and said, Kid, this array formation's breaking power lies in power, this power lies in one point. Can you focus your power on a tiny thing? Chapter 48_8419/2356719. A little. Long Fei frowned. How thin is it? Yan Huang Ancestor said. The finer, the better. It's best if it's the size of a finger. A little the size of a finger? This. It was very difficult to concentrate all of one's strength on this point. It was a control of the difficulty of strength. Sword chi, saber chi, fist. The range of these attacks were all over the size of a finger. The Yan Huang Ancestor said, if we can't find the formation aperture, this is the only way to break through the blood sea formation. He definitely wouldn't be able to find the formation aperture. This was the only way, but how was he going to do it? Long Fei's control of power had not reached the level of being able to move as he wished. Furthermore, it was simply too difficult to transform all of his strength into the size of a finger. Even a peak war emperor cultivator would not be able to do it. Long Fei's brows tightly knitted together as his mind crazily spun. At this moment, Qiu Wantian laughed loudly. Trash, why did you stop? And then we'll break the formation. Ha ha. He must have been scared silly. The blood sea diagrams has been around for tens of thousands of years. How could a trash like him break it? Kid, aren't you very arrogant? It's not that we want to massacre the 7 great demon sections. Come on, come F***king, ha ha. The 4 sect masters hooted like 4 shrews. It was incredibly annoying. Long Fei suppressed his anger in his heart, but his mind was still thinking non-stop. How do I concentrate? How do I do it? Mountain hit fist? The divine power in his right arm. No way. Dragon Salyer technique, no. Toting skill, no. He checked all the skills and found that none of the skills he had cultivated had the ability to concentrate his energy. Can I use the Wolf God Spear? I don't care. Long Fei moved his body and sent a sound transmission to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, come over here for a moment. Xiao Bai, Ice and Fire, as well as the Blood Corpse Ancestor were constantly killing Nantian sect's disciples. The system's notification sound in Long Fei's mind never stopped. Xiao Bai immediately replied, Understood. Roar. Xiao Bai soared into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he landed beside Long Fei. Long Fei said, Use your Wolf God's lance and attack the array to take a look. Yes, sir. Without any hesitation, the idea sank and the shadow of the Wolf God appeared in the sky. The sky cracked and the Wolf God's lance came smashing down. Rumble. The blood sea diagram shook again, but did not break. Xiao Bai's body sank, and he almost fell down. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, looking extremely pained and dissatisfied as he said, F***ck. Xiao Bai was enraged. I don't believe that I can't destroy you. Just as he was about to unleash his second wolf god's lance, he was stopped by Long Fei, who said, "It's useless, your wolf god's lance is too thick." Xiao Bai was suspicious. "Is it good or not? Master, please give me one more chance, I will definitely destroy him." He was displeased, very displeased. When the wolf god's lance descended, the array formation did not break, but instead, he suffered internal injuries. Long Fei said, "No need, you can go back and continue killing, just increase the speed by a bit, I'm still a bit away from breaking through, quickly." Xiao Bai flew away. They chased after those Nantian sect disciples even more crazily than usual. Ah ha ha! Seeing Xiao Bai flying away in a sorry state, Qiu Wantian laughed wildly once again and said, "Come, trash, come again, there's no other way, right? You want to destroy my Blood Sea sect? Long Fei, who do you think you are? The reincarnation of the Sky Demon? Ha ha ha! Sky Demon is nothing. It's been tens of thousands of years, and you're still going to be a reincarnated Sky Demon, or your grandmother's leg, and you still want us to submit to you? Humph! Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? What qualifications do you have to become the Supreme Demon Lord?" Qiu Wantian shouted. The soul demons and the others also began to laugh happily. They used to be worried, but now they no longer had to worry. Long Fei was helpless against the Blood Sea diagrams. Furthermore, Qi Mei said slightly, "Brother Cho, Long Fei has been injured by the backlash twice. As long as we kill our way out, we'll definitely be able to kill him." Qiu Wantian frowned. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the soul demon immediately said, "No, Long Fei is too cunning, maybe he will just wait for us to go up and kill him. We are under the Blood Sea diagrams, so there's no need to worry. If Long Fei isn't Nantian sect, he wouldn't even be able to surround us." The other sect master also said, "I also agree with Brother Soul Devil's suggestion. We don't need to go out, Long Fei has to break the array if he wants to kill us, he will play himself to death, why should we be afraid?" Qi Mei frowned and said, "The four of us are working together, so why should we be afraid of him?" Humph! Brother Qi Mei, you went out to fight your strange powers in the mountain sea to the death. Didn't you hide in the Blood Sea sect because you were afraid? Soul Demon laughed disdainfully. The giant axe in Qi Mei's hand suddenly shook, his face filled with anger. Qiu Wantian immediately sat up and said, "Is there a need for your brother to be angry over this? Brother Qi Mei, why don't we let Long Fei attack a few more times, and let his injuries get worse? When the time comes we can kill our way out together, and capture Long Fei for sure." Qi Mei looked at the Blood Sea diagrams above his head and muttered, "I'm worried that the formation can't handle it, Long Fei is too strong." Humph! I knew you were afraid of death. The soul demon ridiculed and said slightly, "You can just stay in peace under this Blood Sea diagrams, you definitely won't die." And then there was Long Fei. He kept trying to think of something. From the skill manuals to the holy artifacts, he thought about them one by one. Finally, his gaze landed on a blood-red knife. His eyes flickered as he exclaimed in excitement, "Ha ha ha! I got it! Draw slasher! Little Li's flying daggers." Then, Long Fei's mind kept on thinking and deducing, as scenes and scenes of Li Xuanhuan using Little Li's flying daggers appeared in his mind. Using qi to control the blade. Force, air, knife. Buzz! The draw slasher flew out. Floating beside Long Fei, it was trembling and swaying. Long Fei's true qi was still unable to stabilize it parallel to side. Hoo 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 hoo! Long Fei's comprehension power surged crazily. 200% of his comprehension power exploded forth. Buzz buzz buzz! The draw slasher continued to circle around his body, like a blood spirit. The draw slasher became more and more stable. Finally, Long Fei was enraged and opened his eyes wide. The draw slasher quietly floated in mid-air. At this time, Long Fei did not activate any true qi. Long Fei stared at the corner of Qiu Wantian's mouth and laughed coldly. Are you proud of yourself? Excited, right? You can't break this blood sea diagrams of yours, right? Heh heh. Once he said that, the aura around Long Fei's body exploded and he bellowed, Shaoli! Flying Berserker Blade! Schwa! Chapter 5. Thank you for your hee support, and thank you for the firepower of your many brothers. Everyone hold on, C number 1 will definitely go berserk. 8_8419/2356720. Takes a lot of energy to learn these skills. Takes a lot of energy to learn these skills. The spiritual force was like a whirlpool, frantically being sucked out of his body. It was extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, Long Fei continuously failed, and continuously comprehended, a process that was successful several tens of times, and even hundreds of times once. Schwa! The draw slasher flew out and Long Fei's power flooded in. Long Fei grinned and smiled. I've seen Shaoli Fei Dao before, but have you seen Shaoli Fei draw slasher before? Whoosh! Blood shadow, teleportation. If he locked on to a target, that was the truth. Boom! The moment it touched the blood sea diagrams, the great power of the draw slasher suddenly exploded. From the point to the line, to the surface, it covered the entire blood sea diagrams. Rumble! Buzz buzz buzz! Ear-piercing sounds rang out continuously. In less than half a second. Creak creak. The blood sea diagrams truly split apart quickly, and the cracks continued to extend outwards. Finally, it completely collapsed. Boom! The draw slasher had pierced through the blood sea diagrams, and its power was still being crazily released. The moment the whole blade pierced the array, the mini version of the draw slasher changed, just like how a demonic beast transformed into a huge blade that soared into the sky. It was 10,000 times stronger than the mini knife from before. A bloody giant floated above Four Devils' head. Terrifying to the extreme. The soul demon was so scared that his legs went soft, and he couldn't even stand properly. His lips started trembling. Brother Cho, didn't you say that the blood sea diagrams could resist it? Quickly kill Long Fei. At this moment, Long Fei moved his idea. Cut it for me. Boom! Long Fei didn't expect that the draw slasher would transform itself. Furthermore, it had become so arrogant and overbearing, and the aura it emitted was incomparably savage. The moment it transformed, a bit of the draw slasher's power seeped into Long Fei's sea of consciousness. A single slash. They were not given any time to react. The soul demon's face turned pale white, and he immediately flew out in fright. Long Fei, I didn't kill many of your evil sound sect disciples. It was Qiu Wantian and Qi Mei who killed them all. Qiu Wantian frowned. He released the power of the sea of blood from his body and directly grabbed the fastest escaping soul demon, and bellowed, Go to hell! Qiu Wantian, fuck your ancestors! While the soul demons were panicking, they never thought that Qiu Wantian would pull him down with him. Facing the huge blade that came cutting down from the sky, the soul demon's body exploded, and all of the strength in his body was used for defense. However, it was useless. Boom! Crack! The head rolled down from the air. One slash on the head, soul devil die. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing soul demons for obtaining 10 experience points, true chi points, and energy values. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the soul-absorbing blade. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining. Without striking energy value, he only dropped a few ordinary items. Before the system beep could finish speaking, it was pulled into the Yen Huang ancestor's mouth and chewed. Long Fei glanced at it briefly. The Yen Huang ancestor stared at him and said, What are you looking at? Have you never seen anyone eating holy artifact before? Long Fei immediately stopped talking. Moreover, he didn't have time to talk now. After the draw slasher killed the soul demon, it became like a deflated balloon, rapidly shrinking back into the mini version of the draw slasher. Long Fei kept it inside the space ring. Then, Long Fei took a step forward and landed heavily on the plaza outside the Blood Sea Great Hall. He stared at the three sect masters at the entrance of the Great Hall and laughed coldly. Qiuwantian, you're feeling great, aren't you? Ha ha ha! Long Fei laughed wildly with pride. Blood Sea diagrams? Too trashy. Ha ha ha! Long Fei mocked back madly. Are you mocking me? Yes. Don't give me the chance to laugh at you 100 times over. Long Fei looked at Qiuwantian, whose face was ashen, and laughed. Qiuwantian, why aren't you laughing anymore? Weren't you smiling gleefully just now? Didn't you say that I am unable to break this formation? Keep laughing now. You're not laughing? Then I will laugh, ha ha. Qiuwantian, you call yourself a demon with just trash? You guys clearly know that I am the god's devil successor, that I am the owner of the god's devil ancient case, and yet you still want to snatch me away. In your hearts, the god's devil ancestor has already forgotten about me, so letting you stay in this world is of no use at all. It will only be a disgrace to the demon race. Long Fei said solemnly. While they were talking, the heavenly demon aura on his body was being released crazily. The entire Blood Sea sect was covered by the aura of the heavenly demon from Long Fei. Qiuwantian's expression became serious, and he laughed coldly. So what if I broke the formation? So what if you are the god's devil successor? Long Fei, you are just trash of the War Elder realm. I don't believe that you can kill the three of us. Qiuwantian slightly shouted. He firmly believed that it was impossible for Long Fei to be a match for the three of them. The giant axe in Qi Mei's hand shook and he bellowed, Mountain Sea Sect disciples, listen up. Ha! Qi Mei waved the giant axe in his hand, shouted fiercely, kill him! It was also at this moment. The sect master of Blood Demon Sect also shouted, disciples of the Blood Demon Sect, listen up! Charge! Kill him! Qiuwantian also sneered, and said, disciples of the Blood Sea Sect, listen up, kill him! Moreover, Qiuwantian looked at the disciples of the Soul Demon Sect, who were looking at each other in dismay, and shouted in a heavy voice, the one who killed your sect master is Long Fei. If you don't kill him, he will kill you later. An elder of the Soul Demon Sect drew his sword and shouted, disciple of the Soul Demon Sect, listen up! Kill him! Kill! Boom, boom, boom. Countless disciples rushed out from all directions, surrounding the entire plaza so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. A cold smile emerged from the corner of Qiuwantian's mouth as he said, Long Fei, you should kill them. Let's see how you will walk out of the Blood Sea Sect today. Attack! He gave the order. The four devils' disciples surged forward like a tide. Long Fei stood where he was without moving, with a cold and bloodthirsty smile on his face. Since you all want to die, then I'll kill all of you. Buzz! The idea moved, the Thunder Dragon rod rushed out and floated beside Long Fei. The 8 dragons faced the pearl. From within the pearl, Xuana Bai's elf flapped her wings and flew out, quietly standing beside Long Fei and giggled. Master, what can I do for you? Long Fei laughed. Adjust your firepower to its strongest. Send all of these people into the underworld. Fair giggled, her gaze sweeping the area as she said furiously, going against my master is going against my Fair, all of you must die. Long Fei's idea moved right after. Thunder Dragon Rod, 8 Dragon Fury, Lightning 10,000 Attack. Chapter 18_8419/2356721. The strength of a idea touching on its own. The strength of a idea touching on its own. At the same time, Fair adjusted the power of her elemental fairy to its highest point. Under the effects of her elemental power, the entire lightning field started to churn violently and expand as well. 100,000 points of true chi were exhausted. 8 lightning Long Fei exited the Thunder Dragon Rod and charged into the thunderclouds in the sky. Less than a tenth of a second had passed. Crack! The Thunder Dragon flew into a rage, rolling and shooting out bolts of lightning in a berserk manner. Rumble! 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 Thousands of disciples were harvested crazily. Towards them, Long Fei did not have the slightest bit of sympathy. If he was sympathetic, who sympathized with him? Experience true chi, come at me, oh ha ha ha. Long Fei howled towards the sky, the crimson color wantonly floating about, as though he was truly a wild demon. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Blood Sea Sect Disciple 4, obtaining 2,800 experience points, 200 true chi and 100 energy values. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Mountain Sea Sect Disciple 4, obtaining 3,000 experience, 340 true chi, and 100 energy values. When the system beep exploded, Long Fei was even worried that it would shatter the system beep's horn, because the feeling of watching the experience bar rise up was just too great. Half a minute later. Ding! Congratulations player, you are currently at War Elder level 8. Still 2 levels away. War Master Reem was still 2 levels away. 10 minutes later. The experience bar had already risen to 87%. He was only 13% away from leveling up again. In the lightning field, there was only ashes, not even a speck of it was left. It was also at this moment. No one dared to approach Long Fei anymore. Fair yawned, her face filled with sleepiness as she said, "Master, I'm going to go take a nap. Fair is so sleepy." After flying into the bead, the Thunder Dragon Rod was also returned to Long Fei. Long Fei looked at Xiao Wantian, who was standing at the entrance of the Great Hall, and laughed wildly once again. Several thousand disciples disappeared in a split second. That enormous lightning field was too terrifying. Xiao Wantian's expression became incomparably ugly, and asked with a heavy tone, "Long Fei, you said that you're a god's devil successor, but our 8 great demon sects are all part of the Sky Demon clan, so how can you still be considered a god's devil successor when you are being so cruel to your own clansmen?" "Ha ha!" Long Fei laughed and said, "You admit now that I'm a god's devil successor? Now you're saying that I killed a lot of demonic chi cultivators? What have you been doing?" Long Fei said as his gaze tightened. Back then, when Xie Qin returned to the Evil Sound sect, he told them everything. "In your eyes, only greed and profit can be found. You guys only want the treasures among the gods' devil ancient case. Why didn't you guys say I was God's devil successor at that time? I became the Evil Sound sect's master, and you massacred the entire Evil Sound sect. At that time, why didn't you say that I was a God's devil successor? Now tell me about the God's devil successor? I will pass on my teachings to your 18 generations of ancestors." The more Long Fei spoke, the angrier he got, and the more murderous he got. Scenes of the tragic deaths of the Evil Sound sect's female disciples appeared in his mind. From that moment onwards, Long Fei wanted to exterminate the 7 great demon sections. Whatever mission it was, all of it was thrown to the back of his mind. If people don't offend me, then I won't offend them. But if they offend me, wash your ass and wait. Xiao Wantian's eyes turned sinister as he asked, "Is there no room for discussion?" Long Fei laughed. "Did you discuss this with them when you killed the disciples of our Evil Sound sect?" Chi Mei yelled. "Long Fei, you aren't from the Evil Sound sect. The death of Evil Sound sect disciples has nothing to do with you. You are just a lackey from a proper sect." Cluck, cluck, cluck. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly, his joints bursting out as he stared at Chi Mei. "From the moment they knelt down and kowtowed to me, I was Evil Sound sect leader. If you want to say what sex lackey I am. Heh heh. Long Fei sneered and said coldly, after you die, you will discover that the demons will lead me to the peak of the South Horizon region. And all of you, you will be forgotten by history because you are not worthy to be recorded in it. Bring it on. Cut the crap, let's do it. Long Fei did not want to waste his breath on them anymore. After killing these 3 people, he would be able to complete his mission with the Demon Lord. He could use the Sky Demon armor and the full set of Sky Demon armor, then ride his 9 secret underworld finches into the underworld. Time. What he lacked the most was time. Chi Mei looked at Qiu Wantian. Qiu Wantian's gaze tensed up and he said, kill! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! 3 great streams of light flew out and hovered in the air, landing in 3 different directions around Long Fei, encircling him in the middle. At the same time, the 3 of them moved, and the strong pressure of the Level 7 War Emperor poured down like a waterfall, heavily crushing Long Fei's mind and consciousness. Boom, boom, boom. In his sea of consciousness, enormous waves surged as one strike after another caused Long Fei to be unable to raise his waist. His knees were trembling. His face turned pale. Pressure, pressure, and they're all pressure. Long Fei was extremely unhappy. He could barely endure the pressure of one War Emperor, but if all 3 of them came together. Long Fei gritted his teeth as his eyes flashed with blood. He said solemnly, the thing that I hate the most in my life is coercion. Ah! He bellowed. Qiu Wantian's gaze turned sinister as he sneered. Long Fei, kneel down and accept your death. The attacks of the Blood Demon sect leader and Chi Mei caught up to each other at the same time. Long Fei's knees trembled. A powerful pressure pressed down on his heart, as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on his body. His knees were trembling non-stop, and beads of sweat the size of beans dripped down one after another. He was in a bad mood. Very unhappy. He nearly kneeled on the floor. Su Yun rolled his eyes, stared at the incoming figures in the air, and roared in his heart, 3-rate peerless technique. Buzz! 8 times the usual stats. At this moment, Long Fei locked onto Chi Mei and said, secret technique. Sealing. Seal it for me. A powerful energy exploded out and enveloped Chi Mei's body. In that instant, Chi Mei's entire body was held by the seal. The time remaining was extremely short, not even 1/10 of a second. But, in the blink of an eye, Long Fei took a step forward, Blood Dragon's angry slash. Roar. The Blood Dragon was infuriated as Long Fei slashed with his blade heavily. Too fast. It was shockingly fast. Chi Mei looked at the blade falling down. He used his axe to lift it. The time for the seal was over. Bam! Flames flew in all directions. This attack had been completely blocked. Moreover, Chi Mei's reaction speed was even faster than Long Fei's. The huge axe moved, sweeping across. The back of the axe struck Long Fei's waist, and his entire body transformed into a straight line as he flew out. Bam! After directly smashing a building into ruins, Long Fei flew out of the building and flew several thousand meters before heavily falling down. Chapter 28_8419/2356722. His strength was too powerful. His strength was too powerful. With just his own strength, the Level 7 War Emperor was still unable to move. Indeed, the difference was too great. The difference between their realms was a hard wound. Ha ha ha! Chi Mei laughed out wildly. You want to sneak attack your father? Long Fei, don't you like to ask others whether they are happy or not? Now it's my turn to ask you. Long Fei, are you satisfied? Ha ha ha! Qiu Wantian and the Blood Demon sect leader laughed out loud. The power of the previous move was too strong. Ordinary War Master Ream warriors would be instantly killed, and Long Fei was only a War Elder realm. Even if he did not die, he would still be severely injured. Long Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as white as paper, and slowly crawled up the ground. Then, step by step, he walked out of the dark forest. He was dragging the dragon Salyer in his hand. The demon aura on his body became strange, and his aura completely changed. It wasn't just the aura of the sky demon, but also another kind of energy aura. This kind of power was the aura of the Yen Huang ancestor. Yen Huang ancestor said, "You really don't need me to do anything?" Long Fei shook his head and said, "You just need to protect me from being crushed by your pressure. As for the other things, I'll do." Yen Huang ancestor laughed loudly and said, "All right." From the beginning. From the moment Long Fei was smashed by the pressure of the three war emperors, the Yen Huang ancestor had asked him if he wanted to help. Long Fei rejected him. Long Fei did not wish to rely on the ancestor. Too much reliance would only make his growth slower. He had to rely on it to deal with level 7 War Emperor rankers. But what about when the time came to deal with War God Realm rankers? What about in the future when we deal with Hong Tianjun? He can still rely on it? Long Fei wanted to use his own strength to stomp on everything beneath his feet, not Yen Huang ancestor's strength. Qi Mei laughed coldly and said disdainfully, "You dog, you haven't died yet? And here I thought you were just that strong." Now he was very confident. With just Long Fei's strength alone, she was not his match. The corner of Long Fei's mouth drew back, and his face carried a cold smile akin to Death God, but he did not say a word. Qi Mei's gaze turned cold as he laughed. "Trash, let me see how many more heavy blows you can take." And then, Qi Mei moved, smoke came out from his feet, his huge body bounced into the air. He held onto the axe tightly and slashed down onto Long Fei's head as if it covered the sky. "Give me your life." Walala! The power was like rolling thunder. The Mountain Sea sect was famous for its strange power, and it was the most powerful sect. Qiu Wantian looked at Qi Mei, who was in mid-air, and laughed. Let alone War Elder Realm, even if it's War Emperor Realm itself, it would have to be instantly killed. Ha ha ha! The head of the Blood Demon sect also laughed and said, "This kid is dead for sure." This power was ridiculously strong. Long Fei could not defend at all, as his body would be chopped into pieces. However, at this moment, Qiu Wantian's expression changed. Because there were 3 more clones above Qi Mei's head. Long Fei's clone. Qiu Wantian's face was filled with shock as he shouted loudly, "Brother Qi Mei, above your head! This bastard is too sinister." Qi Mei was a strong level 7 War Emperor ranker. His power could be used freely. Upon hearing Qiu Wantian's voice, he turned his head, and his eyes revealed a sinister look. "You dog, you think you can sneak attack me like this?" The instant he spoke, Long Fei, who was on the ground, had disappeared. He landed beside Qi Mei and said coldly, "What about now?" Magic chop. Roar. The Titan blood vein moved and Long Fei's figure immediately turned into a giant. Without giving Qi Mei any time to react, Long Fei slashed his blade down. All of Qi Mei's attention was on the 3 clones in the air. But how could he have thought that Long Fei's original body was actually the body on the ground? Isn't he crazy? If Qi Mei did not stop, and continued with his slash, Long Fei would be killed instantly. Qiu Wantian was dumbstruck, his body trembling slightly as he said, "Crazy, crazy, he's too crazy. He's not fighting at all, he's betting his life on it." Blood Demon sect leader gulped. His face was a bit pale. Meeting such an opponent was simply a nightmare. Rumble. Qi Mei was caught off guard. Was chopped into 2 by Long Fei on the ground. A deep crater formed on the ground. Moonlit step. Long Fei landed beside the point where Qi Mei landed first. Without waiting for him to get up, the dragon Salyer slashed down again. "Are you asking Lousy whether I feel good or not? Are you feeling good now?" Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The dragon Salyer slashed at Qi Mei, who was in the deep pit madly. The 3 clones descended, and just like Long Fei, they attacked with fists that were previously filled with torrential rain, but this time they were attacking like Dragon Salyer S, not giving Qi Mei any chance to stand up. Skills were unleashed one after another. It was also at this time Qiu Wantian's shocked expression immediately recovered, and he rushed forward, the pressure of the level 7 War Emperor crushing down on him at the same time. Pop! Bo! Bo! The three clones were crushed and vanished. Long Fei's true body was not affected in the slightest. The Yen Huang ancestor disdainfully replied, "The might of the level 7 War Emperor? TSK, you're too weak." Long Fei's blade cut down and shouted loudly, "Is that cool? Feeling good? UF** King speak, are you feeling good or not?" Whoosh 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 whoosh, * Qi Mei's entire body was drenched in blood. It was because of a single mistake, and behind him, he wanted to suppress Long Fei with his might, but he kept trying, kept failing, and was completely unable to crush Long Fei. This was his second mistake. He could imagine that there was a Yen Huang ancestor in Long Fei's body? His aura was like that of an ant being crushed to death by the ancestor. If it weren't for these two mistakes, he would have been able to stand up again, but so what if he missed the chance? With Long Fei's berserk critical strike, the wound on his head started to heal, and the injuries on his body became worse. He had already lost the chance to turn the situation around. Long Fei! Stop! Qiu Wantian bellowed, his figure moving as fast as lightning. It was too late. In the deep pit, Long Fei was a butcher who went berserk. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Qiu Wantian flying towards him, and the blade in his hand became even more crazed. Finally, looking at the last bit of HP left on top of Qi Mei's head, Long Fei rushed forward, Blood Dragon Rage. Rumble! As the blade slashed down, the blood dragon that was shooting up into the sky rumbled down and drilled into Qi Mei's body. Qi Mei's body crazily exploded outwards. His HP was now low. Qi Mei dead. Long Fei then cut off Qi Mei's head with one blade and held it in his hands. Blood flowed profusely and Qi Mei's eyes turned white. At this time, Long Fei took a step out of the deep pit and arrogantly roared out, "Satisfying? Huh! Equals half carat float hashtag life carat, are you unhappy? I feel so good, ha ha ha." It was also at this time that the system beep resounded. Ding. Chapter 38_8419/2356723. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Mountain Sea Sovereign Qi Mei for obtaining 10 experience points, true Qi points, and energy values points. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Mountain Sea Sovereign Qi Mei for obtaining 10 experience points, true Qi points, and energy values points. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the strange power of the mountains and seas. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Heaven-Shaking Axe. Long Fei did not release his striking energy value. The striking energy value must naturally be left for the strongest boss, Qiu Wantian. Fuse. The strange power of the mountains and seas merged into Long Fei's body, becoming even stronger. Long Fei threw the head in his hand. Qi Mei's white eyes rolled over and landed at Qiu Wantian's feet. Long Fei smirked, "Satisfying?" It was also at this time the defensive line in Blood Demon sect leader's heart collapsed. The soul demons were instantly killed, Qi Mei was killed, this Long Fei was a complete monster, and a lunatic monster at that. He could not bear such an impact in his heart. Even if he was a level 7 War Emperor ranker, he couldn't take it. Ah! The Blood Demon sect leader let out a loud shout, turned around and ran away. "I'm not playing anymore, I'm not playing anymore." Whoosh! Whoosh! Go all out, and don't want to see Long Fei again. Long Fei did not chase after him. Instead, the idea moved slightly and connected to the Blood Corpse ancestor that was hidden in the darkness. Qiu Wantian shouted loudly, "Come back, Blood Demon! Come back quickly, we will definitely defeat him if you join hands with us. Come back quickly. No matter how loud he yelled, the blood demon never looked back. Just like seeing a ghost, he didn't want to see Long Fei again in this life. The pressure in his heart was too strong. Long Fei squinted his eyes, looked at the blood demons that had disappeared into the sky, and laughed. Only the two of us are left now. Qiu Wantian's gaze tightened and said, Long Fei, do you really have the heart to let the 8 demon sects perish? Those sects that are eyeing us like tigers eyeing their prey have been staring at us all this while. If we kill each other, we will only let them reap the benefits from our treatment. Nantian sect is a very good example. Don't you understand this logic? Ha ha ha! Long Fei laughed out loud and said, Qiu Wantian, it seems like you wanted to submit to Nantian sect just now? Don't you find it laughable to tell me this now? Qiu Wantian said, I was forced by you to do this. You exterminated the 3 great demon sects, so we can only consider this in order to survive. Long Fei, with your talent and potential, coupled with my support, I believe that the heavenly demon blood flag will float again. Long Fei looked at Qiu Wantian and said, Your support? What do you have left? Blood Sea sect or what sect? Back then, all of you had the chance to choose, and even if you did not touch Evil Sound sect, I would have let you off scot-free, because I once owed you 8 great demon sections. However, ever since you killed the first disciple of Evil Sound sect, you have sought your own death. Long Fei slowly said. Qiu Wantian's eyes moved, and tears began to drip from his eyes. Long Fei, I was wrong, we were wrong, I hope you can give me another chance. Tears streamed down his face. Long Fei let out a long sigh. At this moment, Qiu Wantian felt the qi on Long Fei's body loosen up slightly, his eyes turned sinister, and the qi on his body suddenly exploded. Brat, go to hell. His palms shook, Blood Sea God's palm. Boom, boom. The sea of blood was boundless, turning the sky upside down, as all of the powerful level 7 War Emperor's power exploded towards Xiang Longfei's chest. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, I haven't even finished speaking. Qiu Wantian said, You no longer have a chance. Long Fei said, What I wanted to say was, your acting skills are too terrible. As soon as he finished, Long Fei's body suddenly exploded out, turning into a rain of blood. Rumble. Qiu Wantian's palm cut through empty air, his eyebrows secretly tightened, and he said, Great blood refining art? You fixed up Yin Yu's great blood refining art? Is it strange? Qiu Wantian, your acting is too terrible. Do you think you can deceive me by letting out a few tears? You're too naive. As soon as he finished, the rain of blood began to fall crazily. There was no way for them to defend themselves. Sky blood rain. A drop of blood transformed into a ray of blood-red light and shot down. The blood mist on Qiu Wantian's body also erupted violently, and he snorted coldly. So what if you're using the great blood refining art? Even if Yin Yu is here, I will still trample him to death. The blood mist blocked all of the blood drop. Moreover, Qiu Wantian continued to absorb the power from the blood bead and laughed. Leave all the power in your body to me. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk, ding. True Qi's value dropped by 10,000 points. Ding. True Qi's value dropped by 10,000 points. The system kept beeping. Long Fei felt a shiver in his heart. **T. I've fallen into a trap. Then, he quickly withdrew his body and shot out. All of the blood drops gathered in the air, and coughed out a mouthful of blood the moment the heavenly demon body was restored. Qiu Wantian laughed wildly and said, Great blood refining art? Ha ha ha! Long Fei, I want your life. Qiu Wantian turned into a cloud of blood mist and rushed towards Xiang Longfei. 3-rate peerless technique. Heavenly note break. Long Fei's strength sunk as he turned and roared loudly. The sound wave attack was like rolling thunder, completely dispersing the blood mist. A blood-red skull emerged from the blood mist. Qiu Wantian's ears also started to ooze blood. Evil Girl Saints' heavenly sound break. There's more. Long Fei made a grasping motion with his right hand. Strange power of the mountain sea realm. Heaven-shaking axe. Taking out a gigantic axe, it was the heaven-shaking axe in Qi Mei's hands, chopping down towards Qiu Wantian's head. Walala! The strange power of the mountains and seas made Long Fei's left arm become extremely thick, just like a demon beast's. With a flip of his body, he slashed out. Qiu Wantian was extremely shocked. The great art of blood refinement, heavenly note break, and now the strange power of the mountain sea and the heaven-shaking axe. Was this Long Fei even a human? However, Qiu Wantian's level 7 War Emperor, his strength was infinitely close to the 8th level of the War Emperor. Facing the heaven-shaking axe that could shatter the earth, a drop of his blood essence was condensed into form. Boundless blood sea. Blood fury. As the drop of blood essence landed, the ground became a sea of blood. The sea of blood raged and churned non-stop, and with a furious roar from Qiu Wantian, a heaven-defying wave of blood essence came crashing down. Rumble! Rumble! After sending Long Fei's heaven-shaking axe flying, Long Fei also retreated by a few hundred meters. Qiu Wantian laughed wildly and said, "Long Fei, you want to kill me? You are not qualified." It was also at this time. Long Fei revealed a look of shock. "Didn't you escape?" Qiu Wantian turned his head to look, and started laughing loudly. "The blood demon is back, Long Fei. You will die even more now." Baidu's sister-in-law, a half. Floating Life's strongest upgrade system blood demon stood in the air, his eyes lifeless. He slowly said, "I will kill him." Qiu Wantian laughed. "That's right, if we join hands, this dog will definitely die." The corner of Long Fei's mouth curved up as he laughed coldly. "Really? Kill them all." Chapter 48_8419/2356724. As soon as he finished, the blood demon sect leader's power exploded forth. Unbridled, arrogant beyond compare. Even the potential in his body had been revealed. Qiu Wantian laughed wildly and said, "Blood demon, let's attack him together and kill him." At this moment, before Qiu Wantian could react, a wave of thick energy pressed down from his back. Rumble! Pft! Qiu Wantian spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale white. Never in his dreams did he expect that the blood demon would suddenly attack him. Bam! As he fell from the sky, blood demon also fell from the sky, striking towards Qiu Wantian with a berserk barrage of attacks, not holding back at all. Why? Blood demon, why are you doing this? Qiu Wantian could not understand at all. Why was all this happening? Long Fei slowly descended. Looking at the Qiu Wantian in the deep pit, he was already half dead from being continuously attacked by the blood demons. At this moment, the blood demon knelt on one knee. "I pay my respects to Master." Master? Qiu Wantian was completely stunned. Since when did the blood demon become Long Fei's servant? Long Fei moved and said, "The heaven-shaking axe is useless. Ancestor, it is yours." Yan Huang Ancestor laughed excitedly. "I've always said this is just a trash axe." He hurriedly stuffed it into his mouth and started wolfing it down. Long Fei disdainfully said, "Damn, you're still eating trash." After he finished speaking, Long Fei did not pay any attention to Yan Huang Ancestor, and slowly dragged his dragon salyer down. He looked at Qiu Wantian and smiled. "Ha ha ha!" Long Fei laughed wildly. In the instant that the sect leader escaped, his idea was linked to the Blood Corpse Ancestor, allowing him to secretly attack and kill the sect leader. Then he would enter his body and turn around to fight back. Moreover, when the Blood Corpse Ancestor killed the Blood Demon, Long Fei had already broken through to War Elder level 9. How could Qiu Wantian think of this? Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to figure it out. Long Fei looked at the Qiu Wantian, who had an expression of unwillingness, and said, "It must be very good, right?" Qiu Wantian roared loudly. "Long Fei, you are a despicable, shameless villain, you are scum, you are the world's #1 trash. Let go of me if you dare, I want to fight you one-on-one." "Let your sister go." Long Fei slashed down. And then, Long Fei once again chopped down with his blade, saying, "Just your sister. You were bitten by a dog when you were an hour ago, pinched by the door and kicked by a donkey, weren't you? One-on-one. Go to hell." With each strike, the blade chopped down. Qiu Wantian was already half dead, with a few violent punches causing his HP to run low. Both of his eyes bulged out, as he was extremely unreconciled. Explode. Long Fei hacked down with his blade, harvesting the last of his blood. The system sounded out. Long Fei was also moved by the idea, and said, "Release your striking energy value." Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Qiu Wantian for obtaining 10 experience points, true chi points, and energy values points. Congratulations to the player Long Fei for obtaining the Blood Rage Tide and cultivating. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Underworld King Blood Vein. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Underworld King's /. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Spirit Stone 2200 pills. Immediately, Long Fei became excited. Underworld King Blood Vein. Ha ha ha! This thing must have gone crazy. The idea moved, opening up the system to check. However, without waiting for Long Fei to control it, the system sounded out. Ding! The Nether King Blood Vein was swallowed by the dragon Salyer. Long Fei shouted loudly, "No!" He sat down on the ground. His mind was blank. He was starting to doubt life. Why did you do this? Why did you do this to me? Do I owe you anything from my past life? The Nether King Blood Vein, you say that it can be consumed just like that. Have you ever considered how I feel about it? Long Fei really wanted to curse. Isn't this way too much? Didn't say anything as he swallowed all these Blood Vein and the other demon beasts. However, this was the Nether King Blood Vein. The Berserk Underworld King Blood Vein. Just listening to the two words Underworld King was extremely cool, but Long Fei didn't even look at it. However, Long Fei threw the dragon Salyer out. Go, go! I really want to cry. There were originally no blood vein in his body. The moment Long Fei heard the Underworld King Blood Vein exploding out, his mind stirred, and he remembered about the fusion. But, at this moment, the dragon Salyer that was thrown out by Long Fei did not land on the ground, but floated in midair. The originally blood-red aura of the saber was now a dark hue. The aura of the saber was like burning flames, crazily churning about. Moreover, the vicious aura that burst out from its body was even more intense than before. The bloodthirsty dragon that was coiled on the back of the saber was also transforming into a ferocious black dragon, slightly stronger than the bloodthirsty dragon. Roar! The dragon Salyer released a furious roar from within, as if it had received some kind of dark energy, and the dragon's roar shot straight into the heavens. They were completely shocked. The dragon Salyer had changed, and was undergoing a berserk transformation. Yen Huang Ancestor laughed excitedly. Ha ha! Kid, the level of the dragon Salyer has risen to another level. The dark dragon god blood essence in its body has been activated, and the damage is now 2 times stronger than before. Just this dragon Salyer alone is enough to easily break the defense of a level 7 War Emperor Ranker. Awesome! As expected of the supreme artifact, absorbing the blood vein and leveling up, this kind of weapon is rarely seen even in the Chaos Realm. Not bad at all. Long Fei also felt the change in the dragon Salyer, but he was still unhappy. He mumbled, "Would it be better to fuse with the Underworld King Blood Vein than me?" "Huh!" The Yen Huang Ancestor said, Of course it's good, it's truly good. Your body can't exert any kind of power when fusing with the Nether King's blood vein, so the Dragon Salyer is different. If he can release the Nether King's power to its limits, you can just wait and see. Ha ha! This is going to be great. Yen Huang Ancestor was very excited. This was the first time he was so excited. Supreme Artifact S, it was slowly walking towards the peak of its existence. Long Fei was looked down upon and mumbled, I even wanted to fuse with the Nether King blood vein. Yen Huang Ancestor was startled for a moment, then said, This kind of blood vein is not suitable for you, don't worry, I will let you fuse with the unparalleled blood vein. Leave the matter of the blood vein to me. Yen Huang Ancestor had already thought about it. Long Fei glanced at the Dragon Salyer that was floating in mid-air and releasing its energy. The idea moved and said, Can you let me see the blood vein's energy attribute next time? Can you respect me for a bit? The Dragon Salyer suddenly moved and quietly landed beside Long Fei, like a child who had done something wrong. Let's go back. Baidu search. Half afloat, the Dragon Salyer flew into the midst of the space ring. Long Fei looked at the 4 corpses of the 4 devils' sect leaders around him and excitedly laughed. It's time to complete the mission. Chapter 5. Thanks for everyone's support. The monthly ticket ranking still needs 35 more monthly tickets before it explodes. Brothers, fire please. Also, keep your ranking and go berserk on March 1st. Don't worry. 8_8419/2356725. Ding! Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 1/8 of the supreme mission of the demon race. The current mission is 5/8 of the way to completion. As soon as his voice faded, Long Fei controlled the idea, and it came out from the head of the blood vein sect master and crawled into Qiu Wantian's brain. Following that, Qiu Wantian kneeled on the ground. I am willing to submit. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for giving up to Blood Sea sect and completing 1/8 of the mission. The current quest is 6/8 of the way to completion. This is as long as the quest point was touched, the system would accept it. As long as the 8 sect masters of the demon sect kneeled in front of Long Fei and said that they would submit, everything would be fine. All passed. Following that, another 2 notifications sounded. Even if the soul demons and Chi Mei's heads were chopped off, the blood corpse ancestor could still be healed. Just as the soul demons kneeled in front of Long Fei saying that they had submitted, the system beep sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for completing the Demon Sovereign mission. Long Fei's heart tightened as he became excited. The critical moment has arrived, I must complete it in full. Don't discount it, Bodhisattva bless me. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining task reward. Experience 40 million, True Chi 250,000, 50,000, free of charge. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, War Master level 1. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining special gift pack reward. Would you like to check it? Long Fei sighed at the sky. Why is it half of the reward? I am the rational one in the system. You can't do that. He only received half of the reward. The system determined that Long Fei had used his own strength to crush him. Long Fei's heart felt bitter as he looked at the other 40 million experience disappearing. My liver hurts. However, he had earned a lot from this mission. Originally, he hadn't been able to receive any rewards from this mission. However, now that the mission had forced him to submit to the 8 great demon sects, he was going to suffer a bloodbath. To send the 7 great demon sects directly to hell was already an eye-opener from the heavens in such a situation. Looking at a gift box that was flickering with light in his mind, Long Fei moved his hand and pressed it. Check it! The gift box opened. The system beep also rang out. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Mountain Sea Beast Transformation Mode system. You have gained 100 experience points, 100 true chi, and 100 points as a reward. Huh. Another system has been triggered? But what do you mean by Mountain Sea Beast Transformation Mode system? Long Fei opened the system in doubt, and checked the properties of the Beast Transformation Mode. It doesn't matter if you don't see it. With a single look, Long Fei's entire person was ignited, as he roared out loudly, "Fuck, this is the tempo of the heavens." System: Mountain Sea Beast Transformation Mode System Description: Player can transform into a beast and become a powerful beast of the mountain and sea scripture. Description 2: Can only be activated once a day. Description 3: Time continued to increase from half an hour. As the player's beast transformation level increased, the amount of berserk beasts they produced would also increase. Wahahaha! It's the heavens! They really are the heavens! Even the fierce beasts of the mountain and sea scripture can transform. Ha ha! Long Fei laughed as if he was an idiot. Why? This was because the mountain and sea scripture's berserk beasts were truly an existence that was cool, domineering, and dazzling. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Kirin. 9 Sons of the Dragon, Cow Confinement, Wind Taunt, Pusan, Swan and Eye, Bayan, Negative, Hornless Kiss. These were divine beasts. There were also countless ferocious beasts. Was this the tempo of the heavens? System: If you don't want a girl, I will definitely marry you. Long Fei was so excited that he could not stop. The bosses in the Mountain Sea scripture were all extremely ferocious. There were people flying in the sky, people swimming in the water, and people digging underground. Everything was there. What was there to worry about in the future? There was no need to worry at all. The last time he had faced Sidufeng, his body had been nurtured by a primordial beast. It was very strong, an existence that Long Fei was completely unable to shake. But, compared to the vicious beasts of the mountain and sea scripture, that vicious beast was nothing but trash. It's time for heaven. It's really going up in the sky. Long Fei was extremely excited. At this moment, Xiao Bai broke through and ran up the peak, saying, "Master, Nantian Sec's disciple suddenly retaliated, I don't know why." Counterattack. Long Fei frowned and said, "Looks like Nantian Sec's reinforcements are here, and there should be people stronger than Situ Yao. Forget it. Let them go today. There's still plenty of time in the future." If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to leave. The Mountain and Sea Scripture's beast transformation system could be transformed into a strange beast from the Mountain Sea realm, but what was the situation now? Long Fei had not been tested. Moreover, these strange beasts also needed to be upgraded in order to become stronger. Adding on Long Fei's current big move, Ice and Fire. "Retreat first," jumped on top of it, his gaze moving as he said, "Target Dark Canyon, appear." Boom boom. He flapped his wings and disappeared into the horizon. The level increase of Ice and Fire, his speed also increased. This time, Long Fei had made a ton of money and was the biggest winner. The War Master Reem is here. Did the Dark Crow King of the Dark Peak evolve into a 9 secret underworld finches or not? Long Fei secretly thought. "Sis, just wait for me, I will definitely bring your 3 souls and 7 souls out of the underworld, I definitely will." In another place, Evil Sound Sect. The moment Li Yuanba's angry hammer fell, that elder Nantian sect, who was in the 2nd level of the War Emperor, was struck so hard that his entire body seemed as if it was on fire. A bolt of lightning struck down. The elder's head exploded as smoke rose from his mouth, and his eyes fell to the ground. Li Yuanba imitated Long Fei and roared, "Who else? F***ck his grandmother, I'm just asking. Who else is there?" Arhut rolled his eyes at him and said, "Who else can it be if we kill them all?" "Huh! Li Yuanba scratched his head and laughed simple-mindedly. It's not fun at all, OL3 is not fun at all. These little lackeys of Nantian sex are really too slow, they died just like that. Arhut rolled his eyes again and said, Second brother, don't you see how strong you are now? A powerhouse of the second rank of the War Emperor is completely beaten to death by you. Table of Contents, /half, /float*, life. Speaking of Long Fei, Li Yuanba's heart immediately tensed up, and he muttered, Don't worry, boss will definitely be fine. At this moment, behind them, the Evil Sound sect female disciples all looked at them with respect. They felt grateful towards Li Yuanba in their hearts, and at the same time, worshipped him even more. Lonely Spirit was quietly floating at the side, watching the battle and excitedly laughing. That's too fierce. 8_8419/2356726. At the peak of the Blood Sea. At the peak of the Blood Sea. Sidu Chong stood outside the Blood Sea Great Hall and looked around at the mess around him. His eyebrows furrowed together. Just what is happening here? All the sect leaders of the Four Devils were killed. Situ Yao was killed, could it be? All of them were done by Long Fei alone? Situ Chong, Vice Sect Master Nantian Sect. His cultivation was at the 9th level of War Emperor. Looking at the scene in front of him, his scalp felt numb. He frowned and thought to himself, this Long Fei, could he really be stronger than Hong Tianjun of the Heaven Sect? Huff! Go back to Nantian Sect and make a new plan. Situ Chong heavily shouted. Another elder asked, Vice Sect Leader, do we send people to take over the Blood Sea Sect? The spiritual energy here is very dense. Situ Chong shook his head and said, No need. Whoever wants to take over can be taken over. Let's see how many lives they have left. Long Fei was too terrifying. If anyone dared to occupy the territory of the 8 Great Demon Sect, it would be a massacre as long as Long Fei returns. Situ Chong did not want to occupy it. On 2 occasions since Long Fei's essence was greatly damaged. He had to not move. If he wanted to move, he had to have the power to kill. If not, if Long Fei managed to escape once more, then Nantian Sect's influence would be greatly reduced, which was extremely disadvantageous for the current Nantian Sect. Go back. Situ Chong's figure became a ball of light, and he had to quickly tell Situ how everything that happened here. Long Fei had already become Nantian Sect's biggest enemy. The amount of damage he had done to Nantian Sect had already surpassed that of Hong Tianjuan's. One person slaughtered the 8 great demon sects. Outside. All 8 demonic sects were massacred within a month. None of the 8 demon sect leaders have returned alive. This genius is Long Fei, the number 1 person in the entire South Horizon region. Too strong. The 8 great demon sects have existed for 10,000 years, yet they were slaughtered by Long Fei alone. What kind of existence is this? The events that had happened in the Blood Sea Sect began to spread rapidly. In just a few days, everyone in the entire South Horizon region knew about it, including Fire Glass City's Long family. Ha ha ha! Lunatic Long laughed loudly. Xiao Fei, I didn't expect that in just over a year, your name would spread throughout the South Horizon region. All right. Very good. Long Wuhai was also extremely excited as he said, Dad, this kid is too powerful. Ha ha! Of course, our Long family are powerful, and I presume that our Long family was the number 1 clan in the entire South Horizon region back then, just that our master had fallen, and we fell down all of a sudden. When the first family master of Long family was at the throne, it was at the peak of Long family. With the supreme artifact in his hands, the Long family was invincible and the strongest family clan existed. But after all these years, the Long family was getting weaker and weaker every year, almost to the point of being exterminated. It was only until Long Fei appeared that they stopped. Long Wuhai said, Maybe our Long family can go back to the peak. It will definitely work, Lunatic Long said excitedly. The dragon blood that Long Fei left behind allowed the disciples of the Long family to transform one by one. Currently, Lunatic Long had already reached 95% of his dragon blood activation. With another 5%, he would become a warrior of the dragon bloodline. This was a powerful existence. It was not only him. Many disciples of Long family had their dragon blood activation increased to 80%, and with the help of the dragon spirit pellet, the strength of the Long family had increased by leaps and bounds in a short year. It was already comparable to the strength of an intermediate sect. And all of this was because of Long Fei. The dragon scales on his fists flickered as he muttered, "Xiao Fei, thank you for your hard work. There are less than 2 years left. I will make the Long family strong. I will bring the dragon blood warrior down to the heaven sect. I will make the one who bullied my grandson, wife's son, pay the price." He was very clear about the pressure that Long Fei was bearing. It was very heavy, very heavy. It was heavier than a mountain. The moment Long Fei left on the night of New Year's Eve, Dragon Madman knew that Long Fei would definitely rise again. The people of the Long family would never lose. A few days later, the Heavenly Sea sect has taken over the Soul Demon sect. The Miasma sect occupies the Mountain and Sea sect. The Celestial sect of Wonders has taken over the Blood Demon sect. News of the 8 great demon sects being occupied continued to spread. These demon sects were all sects from low-level factions, and some high-level factions did not make any move, because they were very clear about what had happened in Blood Sea sect. Long Fei was the most terrifying existence in the entire South Horizon region. He would definitely fight back. Moreover, now the power of the orthodox sects had also changed. This change was like a gentle breeze that slowly rippled out and became stronger and stronger, eventually forming a huge wave that could overturn the sky. Situ Feng's death. The large number of deaths of Situ Yao and the disciples of the Martial Hall had greatly weakened Nantian sect's strength. He had already fallen from the top of the altar of the number 1 sect in the southern domain. The Heaven sect has become the number 1 sect. Major news. The number 1 genius of the southern domain, Hong Tianjun, has already stepped into the War God realm. Heavens, he's only in his 20s, and his cultivation has actually reached the War God realm, the strongest person in the entire history of the South Horizon region. Too abnormal. Nantian sect. Situ Hao's face became ugly. The War God realm actually broke through to the War God realm, this Hong Tianjun. Even he felt an inexplicable pressure. He used 70 years of time to break through to the War God realm, but Hong Tianjun only used 20 years of time. Moreover, Hong Tianjun's talent would definitely not stop at the War God realm. He would attack the highest realm of War King in the South Horizon region, and at that time, perhaps the entire South Horizon region was under the control of the Heaven sect. War King. Nantian sect was the supreme existence. Situ Chong faintly said, "Sect Master, it is said that." Situ Hao's brows sank and said, "Speak." Situ Chong said, "It is said that Hong Tianjun has been chosen by the overseas immortals and will be sent to the God Emperor Academy. I don't know if that's true or not." God Emperor Academy? Situ Hao's face turned sinister again. These 4 words have not appeared in the South Horizon region in so many years. Even the God Emperor Academy failed to pass the first stage of the initial examination, yet he was chosen by the deities. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Situ Hao gritted his teeth until it made a cracking sound. Situ Chong said with a faint voice, "This is only a rumor. Whether it is true or not is still not confirmed." What kind of existence was the God Emperor Academy? The most powerful academy in the entire Sky Martial continent. In the past 100 years, no one had qualified to enter the southern domain, yet Hong Tianjun had been chosen by the deity. If this was true, then he would truly be the number 1 person on Nantian sect's list. Situ Hao calmed down and said, "Pass down my order, Nantion sect will temporarily avoid the attack. There are still less than 2 years left, and that is the clan congress. Baidu's sister-in-law a half. Floating life's strongest upgrade system when the time comes." In another place, Dark Canyon, Long Fei stood under the dark peak and the corner of his mouth slightly curled. Crow King, brother is here again. Chapter 28_8419/2356727. Dark Peak. Dark Peak. The dark energy was like a blade, crazily blowing about. Long Fei carried the dragon's salure on his shoulder. His entire face was filled with dominance. His voice sank and suddenly exploded. "Dark Crow King, brother is here again." His voice resounded in the sky. It directly exploded at the top of Dark Peak. Next, the flames at the top of the pitch-black Dark Peak burned brightly, and fire ravens covered the sky as they rushed towards Long Fei. F***CK. It's a high-leveled skill. Long Fei's mind trembled, the corner of his mouth slightly curled, and said, "Do you think I'm still the same as a few months ago?" The dragon's salure descended. The black flame on the blade rolled out. Long Fei moved and said, "Ice fire!" Boom! Ice and fire rushed out from War Pet Space. Long Fei leapt onto the dragon's back and coldly sneered, "Charge up and burn down his nest." Roar! The sound of ice and fire rose up into the sky. A flock of fire ravens followed behind him. It was a spectacular sight. Heh! Long Fei rode his ice and fire to the top of the cloud layer. Looking at the two death-like eyes at the top of the dark peak which was not far from him, his heart sank. "Charge over there," Ice and Fire said. "Understood." His speed changed, his wings flapped, and he quickly rushed to the top of Dark Peak. Compared to a few months ago, Bing Hua's level increase had increased by quite a few levels, and he had now reached level 17. Speed, strength, and attack all increased. In the beginning, he had been in an extremely sorry state due to the fire ravens, but now these fire ravens couldn't keep up at all. "Come on! Burn me! I can't catch up to him, ha ha!" The flames and ice were incredibly proud of themselves as they flew left and right, while the fire ravens flew right and left as well. He was completely fooled by the flames and ice. To be exact, he was probably being played by Long Fei. Long Fei laughed secretly in his heart. "It's like tracking missiles, this is really fun. Last time, you chased me until I was pissed. This time, I'll burn down your old nest first." Long Fei's control of his fire and ice had obviously slowed down by a few degrees. He was maintaining a certain distance from the fire ravens. On top of Dark Peak was a huge tree. There were no branches or leaves on the tree, it was completely black like a burned tree. At the top of the tree there was a huge nest. Dark Crow King's lair. Inside the den, Dark Crow King stared at Long Fei with eyes filled with the power of death, and said with an ice-cold voice, "Puny human, is it you again? You escaped last time, and you still dare to come today?" Dark Crow King's solemn voice sounded out. Anger. Long Fei grinned from ear to ear. "Last time, Big Bro said that there would be a day I would F***k you up. Big Bro came here now, to F***ck your Dark Crow King. You're courting death." The Dark Crow King's voice fell. The fire ravens increased their speed in an instant. Long Fei's palms broke out in cold sweat, and he said, "Fire and ice add." Understood. The distance between them widened once again, maintaining a very ingenious distance. Dark Crow King's body shook and said, "Your strength has increased a bit, but with your little cultivation, you still dare to fight with me? You are courting death." Long Fei laughed. "Really?" As soon as he finished, Long Fei moved his idea once more, before suddenly diving down. With a loud roar, he shouted, "Look at who's courting death." The direction suddenly changed. The fire ravens didn't even have time to react. The flock of fire ravens crashed into the big black tree. However, the moment they crashed into the tree, all the fire ravens exploded into pieces. Rumble! 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 The huge ancient tree combusted, and even the Dark Crow King's lair started to burn as well. Who wants to die? Feeling good. Last time you almost made me pee my pants. This time you yourself got blown away, Dark Crow King, so what's so good about it? Ha ha ha! Long Fei laughed out loud. It was also at this time. Dark Crow King was furious beyond compare, but the center of Yan Huang ancestor's brows tightened as he said, "His lifespan is almost up." What do you mean? Long Fei's heart tightened. He didn't come here to kill Dark Crow King this time, but to tame him. Without him, Long Fei wouldn't even be able to go down to the underworld. Yan Huang ancestor said, "I'm going to die, my lifespan is almost up." Seems like he hasn't evolved into a 9 secret underworld finches yet. Now, only by evolving into a 9 secret underworld finches can he regain his life force. F***CK. Long Fei cursed in his heart, "Ancestor, what should we do now? Without him, how would I have entered the underworld, and how would I have found Xiechin's 3 souls and 7 souls?" This was a very important issue. Without Dark Crow King, Long Fei could not enter the underworld. Moreover, the furious Dark Crow King gave up on his last moments of effort. He was going to die with dignity right now. He wanted to kill Long Fei. Rumble! The sky suddenly began to burn. Endless flames burned as the Dark Crow King roared, "You lowly human, I want you to enter the underworld." Long Fei frowned and suddenly shouted, "Crow King, you have exhausted all of your lifespan yet you dare to use such a strong power. Do you want to be reincarnated as soon as possible?" Dark Crow King's eyes moved and said, "How do you know that my lifespan is exhausted? Kid, who exactly are you?" Only he knew of his longevity. In these 1,000 years, no one dared to go against his domain, nor did they know when his lifespan would be used up. However, Long Fei actually knew that he was about to die. "Old dead." Long Fei said heavily, "Who I am is not important. What is important is that I can help you evolve, grant you a new life expectancy, and allow you to become a 9 secret underworld finches." Ha ha! Ha ha! Crow King laughed wildly. "With just you? You, a lowly cultivator of the War Master Ream, actually said something like you want me to evolve into a 9 secret underworld finches. You are not just an ordinary arrogant individual. I have cultivated for 1,000 years, and I am still unable to evolve. What made you dare to be so arrogant?" After 1,000 years, he had persevered in his efforts. However, in the end, he still failed. It was also at this time. Yan Huang ancestor's voice suddenly came out. "He can't, I can." Dark Crow King's expression immediately changed. "You are." He could feel the ferocity in his voice. Moreover, he was still somewhat familiar with this sound. The feeling was as if he had heard this sound in a dream or a reincarnation. Yan Huang ancestor shouted, "Don't care who I am, do as this brat says, understand? Equals half carrot float hashtag life carrot, yes, yes." He was hesitating, but the Dark Crow King nodded in agreement for some reason. Because of the Yan Huang ancestor's voice. Long Fei was secretly shocked. What's going on? Chapter 38_8419/2356728. Very unusual. Very unusual. This was the first time the old patriarch's voice had been heard. Moreover, there was excitement in his voice. The most crucial point was that the incomparably arrogant Raven King would actually listen obediently. He was an existence surpassing the divine beast. How could King's glory possibly listen obediently? Long Fei still wanted to make some preparations for battle, but Long Fei thought, "Patriarch, have you seen him before? Otherwise, how could he have known that he would be able to evolve into a 9 secret underworld finches the first time he saw the Dark Crow King. This was too strange. Yen Huang Ancestor smiled faintly. You will know in the future. Yen Huang Ancestor did not say it out loud. Actually, Dark Crow King was also from Chaos Realm. Long Fei felt unwell in his heart and said, You're still hiding things from me, huh? The Yen Huang Ancestor laughed. It's not a secret, there's no use talking to you about it now, you'll know later, hee. And then, Yen Huang Ancestor's voice changed as he said in a serious tone, Kid, let me say something now. With my current strength, I am still unable to make him evolve into a 9 secret underworld finches. I need a few things. Since Yen Huang Ancestor didn't say anything, Long Fei didn't press the matter further. The key thing to do now was to protect Crow King and say, Tell me. All right. Yen Huang Ancestor said lightly, Summon the God's Devil Ancient Case. Long Fei moved and did as he was told. The God's Devil Ancient Case flew out from the space ring and floated in mid-air, thick demonic chi surging out. Yen Huang Ancestor said, Open the God's Devil Ancient Case and let him fly in. Long Fei continued to do as he was told, and said, Fly into the ancient box. Dark Crow King also did not hesitate as he withdrew the flames that filled the sky. With a cry, he flew into the midst of the God's Devil Ancient Case and landed in the air above the 10,000 Devil Lake. Dark Crow King was extremely shocked. 10,000 Devil Lake, this ancient box. The Yen Huang Ancestor said slightly. The God's Devil Ancient Case possesses dense demonic energy. The energy in the 10,000 Devil Lake can also let him live for a few more days. Long Fei, in these 10 days you have to find 3 things. Only by finding these 3 things can Dark Crow King evolve into a 9 secret underworld finches. His tone was very serious. Obviously, Yen Huang Ancestor was a little nervous. To Long Fei, this was his first time. Long Fei nodded his head and said, Ancestor, speak. One of them is the black tree that was burned just now. That is a tree of the earth, with a heart of the earth inside. This is one of them. The second, dragon blood. This ice and fire's level is not high enough. Its blood is not enough to allow the Raven King to evolve. The third, the feather spirit. Feather spirits require a type of divine beast's feather. This kind of divine beast has a feather growing on its head, that is, a feather spirit. This kind of thing is even harder to obtain than dragon blood. Brat, I know that these things are very difficult for you, but, even if I have to beg you, you must find a way to get these 3 things. Yen Huang Ancestor begging? Long Fei was a little confused. How wild was the Yen Huang Ancestor? He would beg? In the Chaos Realm, he was a tyrant, an arrogant person. Now, for a Dark Crow King, he was begging Long Fei. Long Fei was greatly shocked in his heart and said, Ancestor, what are you saying? Your matters are my matters. I will definitely use all my strength to find these 3 items. If not for the Ancestor's help, he wouldn't be alive right now. Moreover, he also had to let the Dark Crow King evolve, because this was the only way he could save Xiaqin. Xiaqin was his savior, he had to save him. And then, Long Fei landed beside the earth tree that was still burning. With a palm, he destroyed the big tree, and the heart of the earth tree floated up. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Tree of the Earth. You have obtained experience points, true chi points, and the credit points reward. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for reaching the S-level quest. Look for the Dragon Blood. Time of mission: 3 days mission level. S-task reward: 10 million experience points, true chi to 100,000 points, 10,000 points, obtained a special notification from the Feather of Spirit, and also received a free lottery draw. A quest? If I can find the Tree of the Earth and gain 1 million experience, then Dragon's Blood will have 10 million experience. Then, wouldn't the Feather Spirit gain 100 million experience? Then, I'll directly level up. Long Fei's heart skipped a beat. To be able to level up one level just because of 3 things, this task reward was simply too strong. Wait. Suddenly, Long Fei's mind sank and he thought to himself, Dragon's blood, I really want to see it somewhere else. Exchange points. Long Fei's mind lit up. He immediately opened up the credit exchange system and checked its content. Looking at the shelf of dragon blood, his heart shivered and he thought to himself, as expected. 1 point dragon blood meant 8 million points in exchange. Rub. 8 million points. I only have a few 100,000 points right now. It's not enough, it's far from enough. Long Fei was puzzled. Other than the dragon blood, Long Fei also searched for the feather spirit, but he couldn't find anything else. Huff. 8 million then. 8 million then. It's just a matter of the holy artifact. Long Fei glanced at the holy artifact among the space ring. Dragon Salure, Heavenly Demon Set, Autumn Water, Thunder Dragon Rod, Death Calling God Seal, and Draw Slasher. Long Fei did not want to lose any of these things. Sigh. We should have kept more holy artifacts back then. Long Fei's heart tightened and said faintly, Ancestor, in the next period of time, you must not consume any more holy artifact, or else I really will not know where to find the dragon's blood. The Yen Huang ancestor nodded and said, Okay. Huff. The holy artifact, right? Long Fei mumbled as he turned around and rushed into the dark forest. A few minutes later. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Dark Boar, for obtaining 20 experience, 2 true chi and 1 energy values. The Dark Wild Boar was a secondary demon beast. Now that Long Fei had leveled up, the low-level demon beast in the South Horizon region no longer had any experience. However, what Long Fei wanted right now wasn't experience but striking energy value. 10 minutes later, his striking energy value had reached 100. Long Fei found a 5-level monster and sliced it open. Release your striking energy value. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei, Warrior Dark Spider King, for obtaining 300 experience points, 300 true chi and 1 energy values. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Heaven Rank Technique Binding Technique. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Spider King Dagger. Both items were Heaven Tier equipment. Floating Life. Table of Contents. No windows? A ++ Long Fei would exchange them all, but he had exchanged for less than 10,000 points. The difference was too great from 8 million. Seems like striking energy value isn't of much use to normal demon beast. I need to kill a boss first. Boss, where is the boss? Chapter 4. Thank you, Ming Yen and Big Yo-Yo, for your strong firepower support. Thank you. 8_8419/2356729. Long Fei needs. Long Fei needs, incomparable need. The strongest boss in the Dark Forest is the Raven King. Other than him, I'm afraid there's no other boss stronger than him. The past Dark Canyon is the past Sea Devil Emperor, and the past Sea Devil Emperor is the past within the Demon Sea. Long Fei thought about it and said to himself, there must be a strong demon beast in the Demon Sea. As long as we kill 1 or 2 prehistoric sea demons, we will be able to produce quite a few holy artifacts, and we can exchange them for 8 million points. Ice and Fire. Ice and Fire rushed out. Long Fei pointed to the Demon Sea and said, Let's go, Demon Sea. There was only one way to obtain dragon blood. Exchange. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to find. Where did dragon's blood come from? Dragon Domain. Where the Dragon Domain was, even the ghosts did not know. If they knew, Long Fei would have completed the SSS rank quest long ago, ordering the Dragon Clan to trample the entire Heaven sect. The point exchange was his only option. Long Fei didn't want to use his existing holy artifact to exchange for points. He could only use the Berserk boss to get his own holy artifact. One day later, Long Fei stood on the side of the Devil's Sea and looked at the limitless and boundless ocean, muttering, "There's only 2 days left. With such a large area, where am I going to find a boss?" It was truly bitter. He was regretting that he should have left some holy artifact behind to prepare from time to time. Xiao Bai said, "Master, I have a way." Long Fei immediately said, "Speak." Xiao Bai said, "Let's enter the deep sea area first, and then release the ice and fire. Let's let him fly close to the surface of the sea, and use him as bait." Binghua said bitterly, "Why am I the bait?" Xiao Bai grinned excitedly. "Because you're a dragon, you have no hair on you, and a bite is meat. I'm different, my entire body is fur, eating a mouthful is not good, hee hee." Not waiting for the fire and ice to refuse, Xiao Bai then said, "Ice and fire." Yi Zichen glared. The ice and fire immediately shriveled up and said unwillingly, "Fine." Xiao Bai smiled and said to Long Fei, "Master, it's done." Long Fei stared at Xiao Bai and said, "You really know how to bully people? Since you came up with this idea, you can implement it yourself." "Xiao Bai," Long Fei asked, "what's wrong? Do you have any objections?" Long Fei's eyes stared wide and said, "If you have any objections, then I'm going to use you to play the Sunflower Encyclopedia that is proud of the martial arts world." Xiao Bai immediately said, "I will be the bait, and I am willing to sacrifice myself for Master's great goal." It was extremely painful, and then, Xiao Bai walked to the surface of the water. He was already at level 10, and he had a slight grasp on the power of the wolf god. Standing on the water, it was like walking on flat ground. Long Fei stood on the back of the fire and ice, while also flying close to the surface of the water. He had never been to the Demon Sea before, so it was best to be careful. No matter who it was, Long Fei would ensure his safety. Another day passed. Apart from a few low-level sea demons, there were no other boss-level sea demons. The highest-level sea demons were only at level 6 and had not even reached level 7. However, compared to the demon beast in the forest, the siren was much stronger. Moreover, Long Fei was still only on the surface of the sea. His cultivation would take at most 10 minutes to change into air at the seabed. He wouldn't be able to hold on for too long, but there were a lot of fierce beasts in the mountain and sea scripture, but the beast transformation system worked immediately, so he was not sure if he could turn into an underwater fierce beast. Rumble! Rumble! In the distance, thunder clouds billowed, lightning raged, and the sky quickly darkened. The storm is coming. Long Fei looked at the overturning sea surface in front of him and said, "Xiao Bai, do you want to return to War Pet Space? Let's avoid this storm first." Without waiting for Long Fei to finish, Xiao Bai's nose twitched and he immediately said, "Master, that isn't a storm, it's a giant level beast." "Boss!" Long Fei frowned, looking at the raging ocean surface in front of him. He became instantly excited. "Ha ha! I finally found it." The surface of the sea was surging. Waves after waves of attacks came out. The closer they got, the stronger the aura of the siren became. It came crushing out again and again. Xiao Bai said again, "Master, it's not just one. I think there are 2 of them." "That's not right. He even wants someone by his side." "What a strong aura." Xiao Bai's senses were far more sensitive than Long Fei's. He frowned and said faintly, "Master, this fellow might not be from the southern domain. The aura on his body is completely different from the auras of the martial practitioners from the southern domain." Long Fei said, "Who cares who he is, the boss is still mine." The last day. If he didn't raise all of the 1 million points, then the mission with the dragon's blood would fail, and the 10 million experience points would be. Moreover, he will also lose information on the feather spirit. Charge over. Ming! Xiao Bai and the ice and fire added together quickly pushed their way to the center of the wave. The center of the huge wave emerged. One youth was like a flood dragon in the water. His agile body jumped back and forth between the two gigantic sea demons. In his hand was a weapon like water. He landed on the head of a level tiger shark and stared at the gigantic monster sea goblin in front of him. His heart skipped a beat and he linked it to the tiger shark at his feet. Then, the tiger shark sank and disappeared into the whirlpool of seawater. The tiger shark was his war pet. It was a prehistoric beast, but compared to the sea demons of the monsters of the past, the tiger shark did not have much of an advantage. The youth hovered in midair as he stared at the siren. "I don't believe that I can't subdue you." At this moment, a voice came from the sky and said, "You still have 10 minutes. If you are unable to subdue him within that 10 minutes, your test will fail. In addition, let me remind you, there are 2 demon beasts and 1 person forcing their way in." Then, the sound disappeared. The youth frowned, his heart secretly moved. "Forcefully forcing my enlargement stroke?" And then, the youth muttered to himself, "The power of the heavenly water is for me to use." Walala! Within the circumference of several hundred miles, the sea began to move erratically. Rumble! A huge wave of seawater rose into the sky. The water blade in his hand moved, and the sea water turned into a vicious beast. It roared as it heavily charged forward. At the same time, the tiger shark that had disappeared rushed out from the bottom of the sea like a harpoon. Double pincer attack. Rumble! With a flip of the sky, the gigantic siren emerges from the depths of its body. With a sweep of its tail in midair, it directly shatters the gigantic beast condensed from the heavenly water. The youth's eyes darkened. Again. It was also at this time. Long Fei arrived and looked at the gigantic sea goblin that was flying in the sky, his face gloomy. Claw Emperor? Golden light flashed. Level, it was a giant monster just like the one that was on the throne of the Dragon King, and this monster was even bigger and even more brutal than the one on the dragon throne. Long Fei grinned. "I want to kill him." Chapter 5. Speaking of something, from the start, Hai Yang had rushed forward to the 1st of March to say something very, very clear. But why would there always be people stirring up trouble in the circles? Why am I not trustworthy? Would you please look at those flommers and spray again, please? No, 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 no. Table of Contents 8_8419/2356730. It was the last day. If he didn't hurry, it would be too late. It was the last day. If he didn't hurry, it would be too late. Thus, Long Fei did not care about the young man who could control the water. He had to kill this Aogu emperor now. Xiao Bai. Ice and fire. The two of them shouted at the same time. Understood. The aura of the wolf god on Xiao Bai's body stirred, and a huge face immediately appeared in the sky. The wolf god's spear locked onto the imperial claw and directly smashed downwards. Crack! The outer space power was like that of a lightning bolt striking down from the sky. During this period of time, Xiao Bai's strength had increased a little. A few thousand spirit stones could be considered as not having been eaten for nothing. The youth frowned and shouted, "Who are you? Don't you know this guy is mine?" It was obvious that he was somewhat angry. This was his test, and he had to kill this imperial claw within 10 minutes. Otherwise, his test would be a failure. Long Fei rode on his ice and fire as he rose into the air and said lightly, "I know it's yours, but I'll help you kill it." Whoosh! Whoosh! S idea that was linked to the ice and fire was released with a move of his idea S. Ice and Fire 9 Heavens. First stage, Burning Ice. Boom! The sky rotated, and the 9 heavens rotated out layer by layer. Finally, a beam of light descended from the sky, and struck the Ao Huang Emperor at the same time as the wolf god's lance. Rumble! Rumble! Greater than sign, 2 damage values burst out, but the Imperial Claw Emperor's health was also shown. Looking at that long bloody groove, Long Fei was about to go crazy. He was so excited that he was about to go crazy. 30 million HP boss. It must be a level boss. Ha ha. If I kill him, I will definitely explode. Long Fei was extremely excited. Second preparation. Prepare your second skill, ready to fire at any time. Ice and Fire Thunderbolt. Fire! Before the 9-layered heavens disappeared, the second layer began to revolve like crazy. 8 seconds later, the second layer came rolling down like an enormous machine. Crack! The sky seemed like it was about to explode as an even more powerful beam of light bombarded down. Rumble! Another heavy strike landed on the body of the Imperial Claw on the surface of the water. One was a critical hit. The youth looked at Long Fei, who was in the sky, and muttered a word, abnormal. His eyes flashed with excitement. What a strong power! He had never seen this kind of power before. However, this Ao Huang was his target, and this was a monster that the Lin clan had raised for an examination over 100 years ago. 1 wolf, 1 dragon, and 1 person pounced on him like a madman. The youth loudly said, "This is my assessment mission. Can you leave?" Time was running out. If he couldn't pass the examination then. The youth was slightly anxious. Long Fei said loudly, "I'm sorry, I must kill him now, or else I won't be able to make it in time." The boss had to be stolen. In the game, Long Fei followed the rules of the game. Other people would usually not interfere with the bosses that they found, but today was a little special. He had been searching for a boss for 3 days straight, but he still hadn't found one. If he had missed it again, his Dragon Blood quest would have failed. Long Fei had no choice. He could only rob them. The youth was somewhat angry as he said, "If that's the case, then you must be careful." Finished. The youth's eyebrows tightened, and his hands formed a crazy seal. The seawater around him began to wildly churn. Heavenly energy, water force, heavenly water fusion. 10,000 beasts condensation. Open for me. Rumble. One after another, gigantic beasts that were over 100 meters tall rushed out from the surface of the sea, forming an army made up entirely of seawater. This power. Too terrifying. Everywhere his gaze passed, he saw a huge beast. It let out a deafening roar, and even the Imperial Claw let out a trembling roar. Long Fei's heart tensed up. F***K. It's an earth-shattering power. The youth reminded him once again, "I'll remind you one more time. If you leave now, you'll be in a rush." Long Fei grinned and laughed excitedly, saying, "Come then." The youth was stunned for a moment. He also became excited and said, "Then be careful." He didn't know why. The young man had a very good impression of Long Fei. This feeling was very special. Long Fei was the same as well. He was more concerned with the power that the youth had, who could withstand such a huge array made of beasts. Invincible in the water? Yen Huang ancestor's voice sounded, God's water tribe, the overlord of water. This young man. It's not simple. Long Fei's heart secretly tensed up. God's water tribe? Tianshui. It's as if I've heard of these 2 words somewhere. He is indeed not simple. It's not simple at all. Long Fei, who was so angry that a huge beast was roaring from the surroundings, frowned. How can this kind of power be simple? I can't care so much anymore. 3-rate peerless technique. Boom! Long Fei made a grasping motion with his right hand and the dark dragon Salyer flew out. Then, Long Fei's idea sank and the dragon Salyer fiercely lashed out. With a flick of its body, it immediately formed a tornado above the sea level. The true Qi rushed in and roared loudly, "Tornado berserk slash!" Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Asterisk as the tornado grew larger, Long Fei made a grasping motion with his left hand and the god's devil blade appeared. His body started to spin rapidly. Boom! Boom! The dark dragon cellular energy and the blood-red god's devil blade energy crazily interweaved and formed a huge tornado. Those huge beasts that charged forward were immediately crushed into water. Waves after waves of crashes. The youth's eyes shined as he excitedly said, "So strong. However, I'm stronger." The youth moved his finger and a drop of blood fell onto the water. The aura he was exuding suddenly changed. Boom! The water swallowed him. Half a second later, the sea began to shake violently. Furthermore, the entire surface of the sea was tilting. This was not overturning the sky, but overturning the sea. The youth was in the sea. He looked at Long Fei and laughed. "Take another hit of mine." Long Fei's gaze tightened as he looked at the huge wave that was swept up, covered the sky and covered the sun. "Master! Master, run!" Xiao Bai in ice and fire became nervous. The surface of the sea was too huge, and it still covered the entire area. Long Fei's breathing grew heavy. Whoosh! The draw slasher flew out. Sister-in-law of 1-/ plus health, strongest upgrade system. Long Fei's true chi moved, and rushed into the center of the draw slasher. He closed his eyes and slowly let out a breath of air, calming down his heart, and in a second Long Fei's idea exploded, little Li's flying daggers. Break! He stabbed his blade into the huge wave. Chapter 18_8419/2356731. The draw slasher moved. The draw slasher moved. The moment it stabbed into the sky overturning wave, the true chi that Long Fei poured in suddenly exploded, exploding. The draw slasher was also suddenly 10,000 times larger. The bloody light and the saber shadows wreaked havoc in the seawater. Rumble! 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 A deafening roar came from the giant wave that covered the entire sky. It continued to explode as the youth in the water continued to retreat. Finally, the youth spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body shot out from the huge wave and fell back. However, he did not sink into the sea. He is the god's water tribe. He had been able to control the power of water since birth. Even if they died, their bodies wouldn't sink to the bottom. Long Fei let out a sigh of relief and asked guiltily, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, I'm not going to die yet." The youth didn't wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Instead, he looked at Long Fei with incomparable excitement and muttered, "You're really strong. Among the younger generation, you are the strongest I've ever seen." There was only excitement in his eyes. He had always thought that he was a peerless genius. In the water, he was a peerless existence, but today, he had finally witnessed it. The youth looked at Long Fei and started laughing excitedly. "Awesome, this is too awesome, ha ha ha." Long Fei also excitedly laughed out loud, ha ha. At this moment, the Ao Huang Emperor, who was always being ignored, was enraged. He flung his huge body and opened his bloody mouth, biting towards the youth. He was furious, as if to say, "I am the main character." Long Fei's face changed. The youth had just been severely injured, so if the Ao Huang were to attack him at this moment, teleport. Shwa! Long Fei rushed out and landed on the surface of the sea. Without waiting for the claws to fall, the dragon slaying slash fell from Long Fei's hands. Dark Fury Dragon Slash. Buzz! Inside the dragon cellular, a bit of Dragon God's profound chi fell. Dark Dragon God's eyes slightly opened. The image of the Dark Dragon God on the back of the dragon cellular shot out, directly slashing towards the Claws Emperor. Boom! The dark energy blade came slashing down. It directly cut a long bloody wound on the back of the Ao Huang, fresh blood bursting out in a straight line. Woo! The Imperial Claw let out a painful scream, and immediately dove into the water. "Thank you. However, you are underestimating me." The youth gave an excited smile as he dove into the water like a torpedo. You want to escape? Get the hell up here! An angry roar erupted from the depths of the sea. Next, the surface of the sea rose up, and the Imperial Claw was flung out of the water. Taking advantage of that moment, Long Fei flew out, dragon chop. 480 slashes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk in midair, the black lightning danced wildly. That Imperial Claw was unmoving, as if it was floating in midair. The youngster broke through the surface of the water and looked at Long Fei, who was furiously slashing in the air, his face filled with shock. So strong, so strong. I never thought that there would be such a strong person in the Demon Sea. This is too exciting. Admiration, incomparable admiration. Long Fei's final slash smashed the Ao Huang heavily onto the surface of the sea. The dragon Salyer withdrew its claws and moved its fists. Mountain hit fist. The shadow of the large power King Kong ape superimposed onto it and heavily smashed it. He blasted the Imperial Claw into the water. At this moment, the last sliver of blood on its head disappeared. Long Fei exhaled a breath of air. Release your striking energy value, explode. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for slaying Imperial Claw. You have obtained 1 experience point, true chi point, and energy values point. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Claw Divine Trident. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Claw God Whip. Congratulations to the player Long Fei for obtaining Ao Huang Blood Vein. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Imperial Claw Heart. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Jade Wave Wheel. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining a special reward from the Mountain Sea Beast Transformation Mode system. Rewards: Beast Transformation into Imperial Claw. The system sounded out continuously. The last prompt startled Long Fei, and he thought to himself, the Beast Transformation Mode system is random, the reward is specific, which means that the strange beast in my next beast transformation will definitely be the Ao Huang Emperor, the one I just killed? Heh heh. Awesome. This Claw Emperor was extremely powerful. If the youth didn't come out from the water, he definitely wouldn't have been able to kill it. At the same time, Long Fei took a look at the items that burst out. Phew. 3 holy artifacts should be enough. Exchange points. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for using Claw Divine Trident to exchange for credit point. Congratulations to player Long Fei for using God's Claw Whip to exchange for credit point. Congratulations to player Long Fei for using Jade Wave Wheel to exchange for credit point. 803 points for the 100,000 points. 3 holy artifact. Long Fei muttered in his heart, my liver hurts. Moreover, the holy artifact that Long Fei had released did not even dare to look at their stats, because he was afraid that it would see those powerful stats and his liver would feel even more pain. The idea moved again. Ding. Dragon Blood. Ding. Player Long Fei has successfully exchanged 4 Dragon Blood, deducted 8 million points. Looking at his over 8 million points disappearing in an instant, not only was Long Fei's liver pain excruciating, there was no place in his body that was not painful at all. It was too unbearable. Ding! Congratulations player Long Fei for completing the Blood of the Dragon quest. You have gained 10 million experience. You have gained True Chi to 100,000 points, 10,000 points, free of charge. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining information on Feather of the Spirit, Yuling Island. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for completing the Feather of the Spirit quest. Mission level: SS, time of mission, 6 days, task reward, 100 million experience points, 500,000 true chi, special prize once, 3 times at least. As expected, Long Fei's mind stirred, he became excited. 100 million experience after completing the mission. I can immediately level up, but it's just that. Where is the Yu Ling Island? At this moment, the youth landed beside Long Fei, looked at him carefully, and said, I know where Yu Ling Island is. Huh! Long Fei looked at the youth. Suddenly, there was a yellow, floating above the youth's head. This was the symbol of a mission. Long Fei moved and clicked it. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for completing the quest. Subdue Lin Yusheng. Mission level. S table of contents. /float * life. Task reward. 10,000 experience points, 1,000 true chi, special reward. Long Fei became excited. Ha ha! Is that one of the King Kong of the 8 King Kong systems? Chapter 2 Lin Yusheng, your god. S Water King Kong has appeared. 8_8419/2356732. In this instant, Long Fei finally understood why the word sky water was so familiar. Because, amongst the 8 King Kong systems, there was a King Kong called the god S Water King Kong. No wonder the ancestors said he wasn't simple. Which of the 8 Vajra is simple? Li Yuanba of the Titan god blood vein, born with godly strength, is a holy King Kong. The reincarnation of the holy Buddha, the power of evil, the reincarnation of hell, called the demon fighter Vajra. Then what kind of power would he have? Long Fei saw the abnormal excitement in the youth's heart, just like a gay man seeing a gay man. Lin Yusheng took a step back and said, I'm not gay. Zhang Xian's body shuddered. He muttered to himself, Does this expert have any special hobbies? Long Fei's face was full of excitement as he said, I'm not gay either, hee. Her smile was very vulgar, really very vulgar, as though she wanted to swallow Lin Yusheng whole. Lin Yusheng took another step back, maintaining a distance from Long Fei. He said, Aren't you from the Demon Sea? What are you going to the Yu Ling Island for? It was also at this time. Rumble. There was a loud noise in the sky as a huge wave appeared on the surface of the sea. The huge wave turned around and condensed into a huge water column. An angry elder stood on top of the water column as he said with a deep voice, The assessment has failed. Lin Yusheng knelt down and said sincerely, I am sorry, Patriarch. I have disappointed you. The elder was still furious and said, Humph! You have disgraced the entire God's Water tribe. Not only did you act as you pleased during the assessment, you even colluded with an outsider. What do you take the assessment to be? What did you do to the immortals of the God Emperor Academy? Lin Yusheng, from now on, you are no longer a disciple of the Lin family of Tianshui, and the Lin family no longer has a disciple like you. Lin Yusheng's expression changed, and he said, Patriarch, I will definitely give my all next time. I will definitely pass the God Emperor Academy's entrance exam. Humph. The old man waved his sleeves and interrupted. Next time? You won't have a next time. God Emperor Academy's immortal won't come to the God's Water tribe anymore. Lin Yusheng, you have truly disappointed me. Pain. Looking forward to 100 years, only then did the immortals of the God Emperor Academy come. They had to waste everything for this day, but he had failed. The hope for the rise of the God's Water tribe had failed once again. Lin Yusheng had been entrusted with too much hope. Long Fei took a step forward and apologized sincerely. Senior, all of this was because of me. If I didn't appear, he would have definitely passed the examination. If there's anything I can do, I'm willing to do it with all my might. The old man looked at Long Fei coldly and said, What can a low-level war master realm practitioner like you do? Of the 5 great regions of Sky Martial Continent, the weakest existence in your South Horizon region, what do you think you can do? Can you help God's Water tribe rise again? Can you help Lin Yusheng enter the God Emperor Academy? Can you? After being asked so many times, Long Fei was unable to answer any of them. Indeed, he couldn't do it now. He couldn't help with these two things. How could the God's Water Tribe rise to power? There was nothing he could do. God Emperor Academy? This was the first time Long Fei had heard of this academy. Furthermore, his heart was shaking because the recruitment criteria for the God Emperor Academy were too high. Defeating the Ao Huang Empire was only a preliminary test, and it was only to the extent of obtaining the standard to actually take the God Emperor Academy's test. Then how strong was this academy? What came was an immortal. Long Fei was extremely shocked in his heart. Lin Yuxing said, "I do not blame anyone, I am indeed not ready yet. Patriarch, please do not expel me from the God's Water Tribe, I beg you." "Humph! You still have the face to beg me?" The old man became even angrier and shouted, "This is the decision of the elders of the God's Water Tribe. Go, the gates of the Heavenly Water Island will never open wide for you." And then, the stream of water shattered, and the old man fell into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Deep under the sea, returning to the Heavenly Water Island, Patriarch Fire thought to himself, "Yu Xing, hurry up and leave this place. The farther the better. You are the hope of the clan you are born with. You must make the clan rise to prominence once more. Everything is up to you. The assessment, right?" He didn't even have one last thing to rely on. The God's Water Tribe was facing the threat of clan extermination. Lin Yuxing had the best talent and was their last hope. This was the only way he could guarantee his survival. Lin Yuxing clenched his fists tightly, his teeth chattering as he kneeled on the ground motionlessly. He hated himself for being useless. Why can't he complete the mission within the time limit and pass the examination? Why did you disappoint the family? He knew that the entire clan placed their hopes on him, but he did not succeed. Long Fei stepped forward and said gently, "I'm sorry." Lin Yuxing smiled bitterly. "It doesn't matter to you. Even if I pass the examination this time, I will also fail the God Emperor Academy's examination. I am not ready yet." "But," Lin Yuxing looked at the sky and laughed bitterly, "I no longer have the chance to prepare. The clan no longer wants me, the God's Water Tribe no longer wants me." Long Fei looked at the depressed Lin Yuxing, who picked him up from the ground and asked, "I won't say anything else, I'll just ask you, do you want to return to the clan? Do you want the clan to rise to prominence again? Do you want your clansmen to burn you again?" Lin Yuxing was very close to Long Fei. F***ck. "That's not the point," Long Fei said. "The main point is, do you want to?" Lin Yuxing nodded. "Yes. However, can you stay away from me? I'm really not gay." Lin Yuxing turned her two cheeks to the side, showing a painful expression, and said, "I'll at most let you kiss me once, this is the limit of my tolerance." "Damn!" Long Fei scolded. Lin Yuxing immediately tightened her chrysanthemum and said, "Plugging is absolutely impossible, if you dare." Brother, can you not be like this? I'm really not gay. Long Fei. Long Fei was extremely puzzled. When did I become a gay man? However, seeing Lin Yuxing like this, Long Fei was relieved. To be able to tell from his resolute gaze that he would definitely succeed in the next examination. He will definitely make the God's Water Tribe rise in power. Long Fei smiled lightly and said, "Take me to Yu Ling Island first." Lin Yuxing looked into the distance, sighed and said, "All right, since I'm going all out, I'll go to the Yu Ling Island and die on the island." "Huh! Strongest upgrade system. What's the situation if he dies up there?" Lin Yuxing said, "That's the Deathland." Long Fei thought, the difficulty of the SS rank mission is indeed different, but when can you let me gather all 8 great King Kong? Ancestor, what kind of powerful energy does this fellow have that has yet to awaken? Chapter 38_8419/2356733 I'm not sure. I'm not sure. The gods' water tribe is considered the most mysterious race. They are able to combine the powers of heaven and earth into one, and can control the powers of 10,000 water. You saw it earlier, he was able to turn the sea water into a giant monster that can attack. I'm afraid no one can control water better than them. The Yen Huang ancestor said indifferently, as for the power in his body, I'm not too sure either. He probably hasn't awakened yet. Long Fei no longer asked. The thing he was thinking about now was how to subdue Lin Yuxing. What gave him a headache was, Lin Yuxing thought that he was gay and kept a distance from. Do I look like a gay? Long Fei was puzzled. Yen Huang ancestor laughed. Just now you saw the look in his eyes that is full of vulgarity. He really looks like a gay man. Long Fei. They didn't say anything along the way. They traveled for 3 full days. Lin Yuxing stopped and looked at a huge island in front of him. Long Fei looked at the gigantic island in front of him. Rather than calling it an island, it would be more accurate to call it a continent. Lin Yuxing said slightly, the Yuling Island is the center of the Demon Sea, it is connected to another continent, and is also called the Immortal Domain. If you want to enter the Immortal Domain, you must go through this place. This is the most important place, and most of the people here will come to take a stroll and take a break. No one can fly over the Demon Sea, nor can they do it with a flying beast. They will definitely pass through Yuling Island to rest. It is also because this is how to make this place the most competitive place in the world, more intense than any other place, because everyone in Yuling Island wants to enter the Immortal Domain, and no one is willing to have another competitor in the Immortal Domain. This place is known as Deathland. It was rumored that Yuling Island wasn't as big as this place originally, but was slowly filled up with corpses later on. Lin Yuxing slightly said. At the same time, he looked at Long Fei and asked, Now, can you tell me why you came to Yuling Island? Long Fei did not hide anything and said, I am looking for the feather spirit. Lin Yuxing's brows tightened and asked curiously, Feather? I've never heard of it. No matter what. Let's go to the island first. The Heavenly Water Clan forbids us from going to the Yuling Island now. Lin Yuxing smiled bitterly and said, Let's go. He was expelled from the God's Water Tribe. Lin Yuxing felt very bad in his heart. Long Fei patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry, God's Water Tribe will be proud of you in the future. Lin Yuxing suddenly took a step back and said, Brother, it's better if we keep our distance. Long Fei. Lin Yuxing left first. She wanted to cry but at the same time wanted to laugh. How can we subdue him this way? The annual competition for the God Emperor Academy's qualifications has begun. As long as you are strong enough, as long as you dare come, the qualifications to take the test in God Emperor Academy will be yours. Ha ha ha. In the center of Yuling Island. It was a huge coliseum filled with people of all kinds of races, humans, demons, devils, and the Buddhist saint. They were all cheering. As long as you become the last person, you will be the champion, and you will be placed in the God Emperor Academy's assessment. There are no rules here. Regardless of life or death. In the center of the beast battle arena, a dwarf was shouting excitedly. There was only one circular arena and it was surrounded by seawater. The tiger shark was swimming in the sea, the triangular fin on its back was moving back and forth slowly. These tiger shark were all prehistoric beasts. As long as a drop of their blood flowed down, they would go crazy. The dwarf shouted again, There is only an hour left. Who will be this year's champion? Let's look forward to it. Then, the dwarf wriggled his butt and walked down to the edge of the ring and fell into the water with a splash. The dwarf's expression changed. This is bad. Screams rang out from the seats around them. Ah! At the same time, the tiger shark in the water attacked. In less than half a second, they turned into a ball of blood, with not even a bone remaining. The entire stands were filled with shock, enough to hear a pin drop. They were instantly killed. Aren't those tiger shark too strong? Would you like to reach War Emperor realm? Too terrifying. If he fell into the water, there would only be one result. He would die. Just as everyone was shocked, at the only entrance to the stage, the dwarf laughed mischievously and said, "Ha ha ha. My big brother was swallowed by the tiger shark. Now it is my turn to be the host. There is only 1 hour left. Everyone is very enthusiastic about registering and recommending. There is only one God Emperor Academy left, the only one left." Everyone looked over. He was clearly the same person as the dwarf from before. But just now, he just fell into the water? It was too strange. Many experts could tell that this dwarf was not simple. "It's not as dangerous as you say." Long Fei looked around him. It was a field of silence, filled with the sounds of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. Lin Yuxing also muttered, "Could it be that the legends are all lies?" After walking for more than 10 minutes, he still did not see anyone. He did not sense any dangerous auras, not even a single demon beast. The two of them relaxed their vigilance by quite a bit. "There's someone ahead." Suddenly, Lin Yuxing saw a person standing on the side of the road in front of him. He immediately became excited and said, "I'll go ask around, I'll definitely find out about it." Long Fei said, "Be careful." Long Fei looked at the man standing on the side of the road in the distance, and felt that something was amiss. "Why does this look a little like a scarecrow?" Lin Yuxing ran over and asked, "Excuse me. Huh. Why is he a scarecrow? She's dressed so like a person." Lin Yuxing turned his head to look at the Long Fei in the distance and said, "He's a scarecrow." Long Fei's eyes shook as he shouted loudly, "Careful!" Lin Yuxing muttered, "He's just a scarecrow, what is there to be afraid of?" At the same time, his expression also changed abruptly, as he looked at Long Fei and shouted out, "Be careful!" Boom! The scarecrow moved, its 2 eyes flashed with a strange light, and a stream of power was released from its hands, enveloping Lin Yuxing in a black mist. The sky darkened and Lin Yuxing simply did not have enough time to defend, so he was directly hit. He fell unconscious. At the same time, just as Long Fei was worrying over Lin Yuxing, a towering ancient tree next to him moved. Baidu search. Half afloat, bam! Long Fei's back was hit, and his entire person was sent flying. The towering tree moved, and the branches rolled up, binding Long Fei. It let out a strange laugh. The scarecrow also laughed strangely at Lin Yuxing. "Ha ha ha. This time, I can buy some money." Chapter 48_8419/2356734. This is not a game. This is not a game. Furthermore, it was not the League of Legends. However, even in his dreams, Long Fei had never thought that there would be a scarecrow in this world, and a treant? This was completely against common sense. Long Fei was also trapped. Bam! Bam! Those who have just come ashore should be those who are heading towards the immortal domain. What? Only so little money? Is there something wrong with that? No matter what, I should just give them more. Sure, you're awesome, right? I'm afraid it's not enough. In a daze, Long Fei heard a few voices conversing. A pot-bellied man suddenly said like a slave owner, "Drag them down, then when the battle starts, throw them into the water to feed the sharks and make those tiger shark become excited." "Yes, sir." "Ha ha ha. The hour is up." The dwarf shouted loudly, "Now we have the God Emperor Academy Immortals." As soon as he finished, the entire stands suddenly became still. A white-browed elder stood in mid-air, quietly landing in the air above the beast battling arena, and said slightly, "Victory, I can take him into the God Emperor Academy for the assessment, there is only one chance." Immortal chi swirled around him, making him look incredibly powerful. Is this the immortal domain's innate rancor? Look at the unique aura on his body. Seems like there really are people from the God Emperor Academy in this Yuling Island. I want to participate. God Emperor Academy is the #1 academy in the immortal domain, and is also one of the top academies in the Sky Martial continent. Those that can enter are all geniuses amongst geniuses, and just the examination quota alone can reach the value of 10 million spirit stones. This is just the examination quota. If I want to participate, God Emperor Academy's examination quota must be mine. While they were talking, whoosh, whoosh, countless rays of light fell down from the stands and no one was moved at first. They even started to suspect if there really was a spot for the God Emperor Academy's examination. Now, they did not have to doubt it at all. The immortal stage experts of the God Emperor Academy had already appeared. Was there still a need to worry? Countless youths landed in the center of the arena. They all said, "Let's begin." The dwarf host was immediately surrounded. He continuously retreated and fell, his movements extremely comical. In the end, another careless fall into the water. Those tiger shark bit at it crazily. After half a second, a bloody bubble appeared and there was no longer any reaction. Ha ha ha! Boss, second brother is dead. Now it's my turn to fight. At the entrance, the dwarf appeared again. It was obviously a person. The disciples on the stage completely ignored him and said, "Let's start quickly. We can't wait any longer." Exactly. Hurry up, the God Emperor Academy's spot is mine. The people on the stage were clamoring non-stop. At the same time, there were quite a few experts in the stands quietly waiting. With a sneer on their faces, they silently thought to themselves, "A bunch of idiots, rushing to their deaths so early in the morning?" The dwarf gave a small smile and said, "There's no need to worry, boss. Second brother has already spoken for so long, at least allow me to say a few more words. The rule of the competition is that there are no rules. The last survivor will be rewarded. Remember, it's the last person, and there's only one spot for the reward. Do you understand?" The eager competitors were already rubbing their hands together, unable to wait any longer. They were all geniuses from different places. The only reason they came to this place was to train in the immortal domain. If they were able to enter the God Emperor Academy, then that would be their lifelong dream. These people were extremely talented. At the same time, another characteristic was that most of these people were very, very rich. There was a holy artifact. There were all kinds of blood vein. There was a huge amount of spirit stones. If all these treasures were gathered together, then, in the darkness, each one of them revealed a sinister smile and said coldly, "Looks like we can make a huge profit again, hee hee. Island Lord, this batch of people are not bad. I've already investigated a few people. They are all disciples from large sects and big families. They all have all kinds of strange treasures on them, and this time they are going to earn big." The leader smiled sinisterly. "With these treasures, I will be able to refine." After saying that, he did not finish his sentence but said coldly, "It's about time to throw in the bait." "Yes, sir." Walala, walala. 2 pots of ice-cold water splashed down, and Long Fei and Lin Yuxing woke up. Lin Yuxing still shouted out loudly, "Be careful of the treant behind you." "What is this place?" Lin Yuxing's face tensed up. Long Fei said slightly, "We were probably captured and then sold here, we just don't know why they arrested us." "Ah ha ha. The reason for capturing you is very simple." A pot-bellied man walked out with a ferocious smile and said, "Then I'll send you all to heaven." As soon as he finished, his voice was low as he said, "Hang their cages." Walala, walala. The sound of a chain being pulled rang out. Long Fei looked around and saw that they were all in a huge iron cage. Inside the cage, there were more than 10 people, not only him and Lin Yuxing. "What's going on?" Lin Yuxing frowned. A man in the cage said softly, "We are going to be thrown into the tiger shark's pond right in front of the bait. We are going to make those tiger shark become unusually excited and make them even more crazy. Tiger shark pool? Long Fei's heart trembled. Ha ha ha. We are going to die, we are going to die. I didn't expect the magnificent me to be here. I didn't expect that I would be the #1 genius of the training hall. To die in this place, sigh. I am still the #1 genius of the fierce tiger sect. So what? The Yuling Island is a huge conspiracy. What bullsh *T God Emperor Academy's examination quota, it's just a huge scam, we were all tricked. Lin Yuxing looked at Long Fei and asked, What do we do? Long Fei said slightly, Don't be anxious, let's see what we'll encounter first. At this moment, the door was opened by a blinding light. 2 huge iron cages were pushed out. It was also at this time. The dwarf ordered, Let the battle commence. Throw the iron cage. The tiger shark was extremely fierce. Upon seeing the iron cage, it continuously jumped out of the water, as if it was injected with chicken blood. In the stands, the scarecrow and tree man giggled. Pointing at Long Fei and Lin Yuxing in the iron cage, they laughed out loud. Those 2 people we captured, ha ha. Long Fei's gaze tensed up, the idea moved, Give me your blade. Schwa. Equals half caret float hashtag life caret. The dragon Salyer landed in his hands. The scarecrows and the dryads? Blast you all, give me a golden body, you motherfucker. Chapter 5. Thank you Ming Yen, Big Yo-Yo, Little Egg, Old Naze and the other brothers for their great support, and also thank the brothers who voted. Thank you everyone. 8_8419/2356735. With the dragon Salyer in his hands, the dark energy lingered around him. With the dragon Salyer in his hands, the dark energy lingered around him. Hey! This kid has good stuff on him? The slave owner muttered to himself, but was soon relieved. He smiled and said, The good stuff is ours too. Open the iron cage. Let our tiger shark get excited. With a command from the slave owner, the cage slowly began to open up. At the same time, the dwarf shouted, For the God Emperor Academy's examination quota, go crazy. Let the competition begin. Kill! The sound was like a fuse that lit the entire arena ablaze. In that instant, when the battle began, not a single one could be retracted. Good, how exciting! Lin Yuxing looked at Xiang Longfei and said, Brother, I'll go down first. Wait a moment. Finished. He jumped straight into the tiger shark pool. Immediately after, a few prisoners fell in, but the moment they fell in, they turned into a pool of blood and never got up again. Lin Yuxing was the god's water tribe. Moreover, if he was not wrong, he should be the god's water King Kong. He can control the water element as he pleases, and those tiger shark could not do anything to him. Long Fei was not worried. Right now, he was angry because of the smug, excited scarecrow and tree spirit in the stands. Is he smug? Kill! The dragon Salyer in Long Fei's hand moved, immediately chopping the iron cage in half. It leaped into the air, not thinking of landing on the stage, but into the stands. The dragon Salyer moved. The black blade chi raged out, locking onto the scarecrow. Long Fei bellowed, You dare to scam me? Die. The basic equipment for scarecrows should be Zhongya gold body, right? If he could get something like this out, it would be really satisfying. The scarecrow and the dryad jumped in fright. Their faces turned pale and they almost hugged each other. However, plop! Long Fei crashed into a thick array as his blade energy completely disintegrated. It was as if his entire body had crashed into a thick piece of glass. As he hit the air shield, he spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly slid off the air shield. At this moment, the scarecrow and the tree spirit immediately fell back and forth laughing, pointing at Long Fei as they clapped and laughed. Ha ha! Ha ha! You want to kill me? You are still very young. Ha ha! Are you qualified? Don't you know that only those who enter the beast battling arena can enter? Ha ha! Idiot, retard, I'm dying of laughter. Do you think we were afraid of you? Ha ha! The two of them almost burst out laughing. Seeing Long Fei collide with the array, they all laughed complacently. He looked exceptionally pleased with himself. Brat, you should try the taste of the tiger shark, ha ha ha! You want to kill us? How could we possibly be killed by trash like you? The Scarecrow began to laugh, too arrogantly, too proudly. How did Long Fei know that there was a huge array inside the beast battling arena? This type of array formation was used to prevent competitors from escaping, and it was also used to prevent the attacks from the arenas from injuring the people in the stands. Under normal circumstances, the beast battling arena would normally have array formations installed on it. Long Fei cursed in his heart, "Damn, it's another formation. You, a Scarecrow, are awesome, aren't you? Just you wait. If I don't kill you today, I will change my surname to yours." The flames of anger in Long Fei's heart started to rise. Then, Long Fei looked at the tiger shark that were continuously flying out of the water, and almost bit his butt. Shwa! He flew up into the air, and since there was no landing spot, he could only land in the center of the arena. Another one is courting death. The God Emperor Academy's slot is mine. Without waiting for Long Fei to land on the ground, one of the men swung his sword, transforming into a sky full of sword flowers, sealing Long Fei completely. Moreover, the sword technique's attack was extremely sharp, and wanted to take Long Fei's life. Long Fei frowned. "Are you looking to die? I'll help you." Not dodging, not retreating, the dragon salure in Long Fei's hand clenched tightly as it slashed down at the man. Black Dragon, angry. Roar! With a roar, the Black Dragon's profound chi was activated. The Black Dragon shadow that was hovering around the dragon salure burst out and heavily smashed down, directly turning the sword flowers into powder. Long Fei fell. Rumble! 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 The entire arena was shaking. As for the man who attacked Long Fei earlier, he stood behind Long Fei, and a thin black light flashed out from the center of his brows. Boom! His body split into two and was torn apart. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Warrior Contest, for obtaining 100 experience points, True Chi 100 points, Energy Values 100 points. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Contest Value, 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for coming across the Arena Contest quest. Mission: Competition for Hegemony in the Arena Objective. First level. A time, 1 day reward. EXP points, True Chi points, 100 points, 100 contest points. Tip: if you receive an S-rank reward, you will receive a special item reward. Huh! A small mission? Long Fei's heart skipped a beat. Furthermore, killing a single person would earn him a bit of point. Long Fei glanced at the struggle for hegemony. Without any description, he guessed in his mind. Could this be the standard for task evaluation? Let's not worry about that for now. Long Fei's gaze darkened. His voice was brutal and overbearing. All of you scram. Long Fei's fall had shocked everyone present, especially the dragon salure in his hands. The darkness aura he emitted was like that of a devil's. His gaze turned cold. Long Fei took a step forward, and with a single step, he landed right beside the dwarf. The dragon salure pressed down on the dwarf's shoulder with a weight of 103,000 kilograms. Ah! You don't need to, hero. I'm still a virgin, please don't. It sounded like he was about to be forced out. Long Fei asked, "Will we be able to obtain the God Emperor Academy's examination quota after winning this hegemony battle?" "Yes, sir." Yes, of course." The dwarf muttered, "I thought you were planning to plot against me. You scared me to death. My little heart is beating wildly." Long Fei sheathed his blade, and turned to look at the people who were constantly killing each other, and thought to himself, "It doesn't matter if Lin Yuxing is a god, Water King Kong or not, he is still advising him to be the first in the God Emperor Academy to take the examination." Immediately, Long Fei held onto the blade with one hand, the blade's dark aura continued to burn, and the burning black flames enveloped him as well. "Kill!" Long Fei took a step forward and roared in his heart, "Three-rate peerless technique. Baidu's sister-in-law a half. Floating Life's strongest upgrade system, boom." When the eightfold elemental energy was released, the dragon Salyer raised its head and its true chi surged. A wave of dark true chi lashed out and the blade chi started to spin violently. A black tornado. Kill! Chapter 18_8419/2356736. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.